Chapter 14:21. The 6-meter Bodhi tree bore the weight of the past and present. The green leaves on the tree were sparkling and translucent. Time flowed by in an instant, as if 100 lifetimes had passed. A lifetime of cultivation, a lifetime of comprehension. In exchange for eternal invincibility, corpses littered the land. The persistence of a moth flying into the flame, the last splendor of the wind. Comprehending unparalleled techniques in the world, yet it could not compare to the passing of time. A lifetime of extreme splendor could not hide the mottled tears of the past. Looking back, the world was silent, unable to find the same age. At this moment, Yi Fan had an illusion, as if he had arrived 10,000 years in the future, standing alone at the peak. There were a few graves, the world was vast and boundless, past one's prime. Looking back, there was only a sigh in the wind. Great enemies turned to ashes, beauties piled on graves, old friends returned to the yellow earth, unable to see anyone again, old acquaintances all silent. This feeling was not good, it made his heart throb, feeling the desolation of the ages. He wanted nothing more than to roar towards the sky, shattering the turbid fog and ushering in the flourishing scenery. Was it the moon in the water, or was it standing at the peak of his Tao, gazing at the corner of the future? A mournful song messed up his heart, sad for the autumn, and in the end, there was only boundless desolation. What was going on? Under the Bodhi tree, Yi Fan was startled awake. Why did he see this corner? His body was like a boulder, his heart like still water. How could he see this scene? Boom! Yi Fan's entire body shone, golden symbols engraved one after another on the surface of his body. Many great stars turned to ashes, endless stellar streams destroyed, only this true body left. It was naturally because all of the Tao fruits were refined. The golden flesh and bones moved rhythmically, like a war song, resounding. The endless meridians and acupoints all over his body released golden immortal light. It was dazzling. However, at this time, a vertical eye also split open on his forehead. He vaguely saw reincarnation. It was the scene of the past. Is this the demonic will of the external path? I have never seen it before, but today, I finally see it. Yi Fan murmured. He did not believe what he saw. He did not speak much, starting from the sea of reincarnation until he entered the 4 extreme secret realms. He evolved his own Tao, his own technique, his own beliefs. He was not affected by the outside world. My Tao, my techniques, I am invincible. If you don't believe in the next life, and don't care about the past, how can there be reincarnation? How can you see the miserable scene 10,000 years later? Yi Fan stretched out his 4 limbs, cleaving the heavens and splitting the earth. He destroyed the demonic thoughts in his heart, severed all the chaotic thoughts, and regained his clarity. This is bad. That might really be a blurry vision of the future, but Yi Fan doesn't believe it. He firmly believes that he is invincible in this life. Longma muttered. Could it be that we were also affected, and that's why we saw the demonic perception illusory scene? Only he himself realized that it was fake, and that's why he wanted to break it? Pangbo pondered, and had a bad premonition. This is too strange. We have no way to judge, and naturally, we have no way to warn him. Otherwise, we will mislead him. Now, it's us who are at a loss instead, said the Golden Lion. Everyone was horrified when they heard this. They all sat cross-legged in the void and asked their hearts for the Tao, wanting to break through the fabrications. You don't have to force it. This is my view, and I don't believe it. You all don't have to sink too deeply into it. Look at it like the snow moon, see it like the cool breeze. Yi Fan shouted. Everyone was shaken. They withdrew, standing far enough away. The life spring surged, flowing with brilliant colors. 4 dark red killing swords quietly sank into the spring's eye, condensing a murderous tribulation. We don't have to look too deeply into it. That is Yi Fan's Tao and scenery. Regardless of whether it's real or fake, we will forget it after a single glance. Pangbo said softly. In the end, only the imperishable golden body remained under the Zhang 6 Bodhi tree. Everything disappeared. Yi Fan shattered the scenes. His mind was free of thoughts, and he was without worry. The golden multicolored light was restrained. This place became peaceful again. Yi Fan stood alone. The Bodhi tree swayed, and tens of thousands of green leaves fluttered about. It was as if a river flowed into the distance. It's done. Yes, comprehension of the Tao has reached perfection. Pangbo smiled and said. Longma, the golden lion, and the others also surrounded over. They saw that Yi Fan had returned to his natural state, and the blazing radiance was restrained within his body. They knew that his 3 years of comprehension had ended, and he had truly succeeded. Unexpectedly, the seemingly calm Yi Fan walked forward. As soon as he took 9 steps, he spat out a mouthful of blood with a pu sound. The golden multicolored light was brilliant, and it was a ghastly sight. Yi Fan, what happened to you? The group of people were all shocked, and they rushed forward. A cauldron floated up and down, releasing all life source energy. There were even more spirits that appeared, protecting Yi Fan within and stabilizing his injured body. Could it be that his comprehension failed? Pangbo was shocked, feeling that things weren't looking good. The hearts of the 12 saints also sunk. For cultivators, the most terrifying injury was failing to comprehend the Tao. It would destroy one's foundation, and there was nothing more serious than this. The Tao Yi Fan displayed just now was too terrifying. It shattered the human body and tens of thousands of realms, only leaving behind a true body. It made people feel reverence. However, it was also extremely dangerous. The slightest mishap would result in the destruction of both body and soul. It can't be that he really encountered a calamity, right? Longma muttered. It's nothing serious. You guys don't have to worry. Yi Fan wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he was injured, and this made everyone very worried. What exactly happened? Pangbo asked. The Tao is not complete, and the 4 extreme scripture is still incomplete. This Tao is too tyrannical, and it has injured one's body, Yi Fan said. Everyone came to a sudden realization. What Yi Fan did just now was indeed very tyrannical. He directly destroyed the universe of the human body, and this was not something an ordinary person could do. It could be said that it was really heaven-defying. It would be strange if he came out unscathed. Moreover, he had only entered the Saint King realm for a few years, and it was impossible for him to achieve it in one go. The scripture needed to be perfected, and it would be difficult to complete it in one day. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, but when they saw the remnant golden bloodstain at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth, they were still a little worried. To be able to injure him, this was definitely not a simple problem. Are you really fine? It's just a Tao injury, it's nothing, Yi Fan said. Tao injury. The Black Bear Saint, Scorpio, and the others were all horrified. This was not a good thing. Tao injuries were the most difficult to treat, and many ancient great sage passed away in meditation like this. Most of the time it could even be said that there was no cure. Don't worry, it's just a scar, it's nothing. Back then, I was not tolerated by the great Tao, and it was much more serious than today, Yi Fan said. Beside him, there were traces of electricity faintly discernible, entering the life spring of the ancient celestial being. This was a sign that the heavenly tribulation was coming. You're going through the tribulation? Today I comprehended the Tao and suffered some injuries. I'm going to cleanse myself in the Sea of Thunder tribulation, and maybe I can mend that scar, Yi Fan said. Whether it was the golden lion, the 9-tailed crocodron, or the 12 saints, they were all a little speechless. Others were afraid of the heavenly tribulation, but he wanted to go through it to increase his cultivation level and recover his injured body. Before leaving, Yi Fan and the others carefully examined the 4 killing swords, and after confirming that they could not be taken away, they then approached the cave with the 6-eared macaque, but they also failed and could only sigh. Everyone took out their instruments to store the life-spring divine liquid of the ancient celestial being. This was a great medicine that could regenerate flesh and bones from the dead, and it was very useful for cultivators. The group left the life spring and flew to the surface of the sea. Others needed ancient ships to sail on the sea, but now they did not have to worry at all. Because there was a large amount of the ancient celestial being divine liquid, it just happened to be able to withstand the Black Sea of Bitterness. In these 3 years they did not come out into the world. The outside world was changing, and too many people died. Corpses could often be seen in the Black Sea of Bitterness. I'm going to undergo the tribulation. You guys be careful, said Yi Fan. The 12 saints nodded and laid down the heaven-deceiving formation left behind by great Emperor Wuxia. They concealed their tracks and watched Yi Fan undergo the tribulation from the distance without worrying about being discovered. This sea region was very quiet, and normally, no one would pass by. People mainly gathered near the life springs, wanting to seize the ancient celestial being emperor weapons and secret manuals at the heart of the springs. Honglong. Yi Fan's tribulation was just as he had imagined. It was extremely vast, and it shook all directions. It inevitably attracted the attention of the nearby heroes. Coincidentally, there was also someone undergoing the tribulation in another direction. Although they were quite far away, they could feel that the might was not weak. They could vaguely see a golden flood dragon flying across the sky. It was even thicker than a mountain ridge, and it was incomparably terrifying. Longma cursed and snuck over. He wanted to see just who was undergoing the tribulation. Since the commotion was so great, it was definitely a peak expert. A golden flood dragon with a bit of the aura of a true dragon. This is an emperor race among flood dragons. I wonder which ancient domain it came from. They didn't dare to get too close, because there were several other powerful creatures protecting the golden flood dragon race Saint King. They were paying close attention and guarding that area. Hung Long. Suddenly, deafening thunder sounds could be heard from another direction. The heavenly tribulation was incomparably vast. They discovered that a third party was undergoing the tribulation, and there were experts protecting them as well. Something isn't right. How could there be such a coincidence? Why are all of them facing the tribulation at the same time? Pangbo felt that it was strange. One of the 12 saints turned into lightning and flew into the distance to understand the situation. Not long after, he returned with astonishing news. It turned out that the various clans had discussed to let those who were about to break through undergo the tribulation in the Sea of Bitterness. They would break through the Black Sea and activate the ancient celestial being's life wheel, causing the life springs to erupt and gush out. Through this, they would construct a divine bridge that would lead them to the other shore. This is a bold idea, and it is a bit groundbreaking. Pangbo sighed and said, in the past half a month, more than 10 people had already undergone the tribulation. They all wanted to stir up great waves and make the life springs under the Sea of Bitterness gush out, but none of them were able to construct a divine bridge. Hung Long. Yi Fan's heavenly tribulation was unparalleled. At his level, no one could suppress it. It was too vast, and as he proceeded, it attracted the attention of all directions. Because they were too far away, people didn't understand the situation and couldn't accurately judge the heavenly tribulation. Many people hurried over. What is he? Everyone was shocked. Some people recognized Yi Fan. He had disappeared for 3 years, and no one expected that he would return today. He had actually broken through and was undergoing the tribulation here. When these people rushed over, Yi Fan had already completed his tribulation. The myriad chi cauldron swallowed the tribulation light that filled the sky. Chaotic lightning was engraved on it, making it look simple and imposing. This wasn't the heavenly tribulation for breaking through to the greater mystery realm, so no ancient great emperors appeared. Comparatively speaking, Yi Fan passed through it easily. It had been more than 20 years since he reached the first level of the Saint King realm. During this time, Yi Fan had passed through 2 tribulations, and this was the 3rd time. He had passed through 2 levels consecutively, reaching the 5th level of the Saint King realm. When the lightning light disappeared, Yi Fan landed. There were traces of golden blood at the corner of his mouth. This made Pangbo, Longma, and the others' hearts sink. Yi, are you all right? Pangbo asked in shock. This is the first time you've been injured during the tribulation. No, it's the Great Tao injury. You didn't repair that crack? Longma was shocked. I'm fine. This injury can't stop me, said Yi Fan. He wiped the golden blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were clear, and he didn't seem dispirited at all. Is this the human race's saint physique? He was actually injured during the tribulation. Does he deserve to be called a young supreme? What a joke. Golden Snake's second Lang Jun. Didn't you say that he was a strong opponent? He's only a... How disappointing. In the distance, 6 figures approached quickly. They were like celestial rainbows traversing the sky, drawing out dazzling lights. They descended on the sea and stared at Yi Fan and the others. Golden Snake 4th Lang Jun was in the middle. There were 2 other young cultivators that Yi Fan had never seen before. Clearly, they had rushed over from other ancient star regions in the past 3 years. They were all supreme cultivators of their respective regions, and they were the strongest cultivators on their respective ancient paths. One of them was a peacock, but he had turned into a human. He was very powerful, and there was a 5-colored divine light behind him that emitted terrifying fluctuations. The other person had a pagoda in his hand. His true form was a divine fox, and his eyes were cunning. He didn't look like someone to be trifled with. Golden Snake's second Lang Jun. Are you sure that this is the human race's saint physique that you were talking about? He's so weak that he was injured during the tribulation. Does he deserve to be our enemy? The peacock and the divine fox stood proudly in the field with disdain on their faces. They felt that they had been deceived by second Lang Jun of the Golden Snake clan. The 4 Lang Juns of the Gold clan were also suspicious. They had never heard of a young supreme cultivator being injured during the tribulation. How could such a person be a strong opponent? Could it be that they had misjudged him before? This was obviously unworthy of his name. A true supreme cultivator wouldn't be injured during the heavenly punishment of such a small realm. Could it be that they had overestimated Yi Fan in the past? Second Longjuan's eyes turned, and golden multicolored light shot out. He didn't believe it. His physical body had suffered a bit during the battle back then, and the pain was unbearable. Second Lang Jun, I admit that I'm not as good as you, but you've gone too far with this opponent. Let me take action and kill this rare bloodline that you spoke of, said the 5-colored peacock. It was extremely conceited. Second Lang Jun didn't say anything. The 4 golden snakes were all very cold as they stared at Yi Fan, wanting to see what was going on. Chi! The peacock spread its wings, and its feathers shone brilliantly. 5-colored divine light swept out, and it was a fatal blow. It was as heavy as millions and millions of catties, and it wanted to suppress Yi Fan right away. We are both holy kings, and you dare to fight against me on the 5th small platform? Yi Fan said coldly. With a rumble, he took a step forward. Wind and thunder raged between heaven and earth, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. Even though his clothes were stained with golden blood, he was still incomparably dignified. He was like a deity. Someone who was injured even after crossing the tribulation dares to show off against me? What a joke! The 5-colored peacock sneered, and the divine light behind it flourished even more brilliantly as it hacked down. Pang! Yi Fan took action decisively and domineeringly. He stretched out his limbs, and the 4 extremities of his body shone. In an instant, heaven and earth collapsed, and the sea of bitterness overflowed into the heavens. It was as if great stars were going to fall one after another. You! The 5-colored peacock's expression changed. This scene terrified him. The divine fox suddenly took action, producing an ancient pagoda that turned into 33 layers. It suppressed towards Yi Fan and saved the peacock. This was because he could see that this kind of divine might truly had a kind of unrivaled aura. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Yi Fan streaked past, and his body was like the curve of a dragon as he sliced through the 5-colored divine light. His true body closed in, and he grabbed the 5-colored peacock with his bare hands. With a pu sound, he tore it into 2 halves, and a rain of blood flew everywhere. Ah! The 5-colored peacock let out a mournful cry. What is a supreme being? There is only one in this world. Yi Fan said coldly. Then, he waved his arm, and the ancient pagoda that was suppressing him turned back. It trembled violently, and then exploded with a boom. It was no longer under the divine fox's control. You! The divine fox was overwhelmed with shock. Chapter 14:22. It wasn't that the 5-colored peacock wasn't strong, but on the contrary, it rarely had an opponent in the younger generation. It dominated the foreign side, slaughtering all of its competitors on an ancient path, walking over mountains of corpses and bones. Behind it was a sea of blood. Before coming to the mythological ancient path, it was a legend of a region, known to be unrivaled in the younger generation in its star domain. Now it was torn in half barehandedly by Yi Fan, blood dripping everywhere. It was like an illusion, making everyone feel like it wasn't real. Yi Fan's black hair was thick, scattering down his chest and back. His eyes were deep, releasing strands of cold lightning. He tossed aside the 2 halves of the corpse, standing at the center of the battlefield like a terrifying demonic god, as if he was looking down on all of the experts on the ancient path. This was a type of intimidation, greatly shaking up everyone's minds. It wasn't that the 5-colored peacock wasn't strong. If it truly fought carefully, no one could kill it in a single move. The reason why it was defeated was because it was too careless, and the second reason was that Yi Fan gathered thousands of killing moves into a single move, carrying out a decisive attack, ending the battle quickly. It was just like the old madman back then. If it was the golem Holy Spirit Ao Mang, he might have exchanged several hundred moves, but in the end, he pressed forward, blowing it up with 3 punches. Today Yi Fan was like this. He had a type of mountain-devouring aura, feeling like he was the only sovereign. His entire body's golden blood surged, suppressing the clouds, the 4 seas rising and falling because of him. Great black waves reached high into the sky, about to strike down the sun, moon, and stars. He gathered his unrivaled will in that instant, displaying his most powerful attack, killing the 5-colored peacock. Comprehending the Tao under the Bodhi tree, Yi Fan self-destructed his body's cosmos, blasting apart great stars one after another, making starry rivers collapse one after another. His golden flesh and sparkling white bones recombined, only leaving behind a true body. How could he not be strong? This wasn't a simple physical attack, but rather one that required the body, scripture meanings, secret techniques, and other aspects to harmonize, improving them to the highest level before unleashing a fatal blow. Therefore, as soon as his most powerful true form appeared, his body turned into the shape of a dragon. He cut open the sky and earth and tore apart the undefeatable peacock. Blood rained down, allowing him to fulfill the supreme prestige of the human race's divine physique. This battle was only the first battle. It was the prelude to Yi Fan's great battle against the young paragons of the present age. He was going to establish the reputation of a paragon. There was only one person in the world who could have such a title. From this day forth, the various great ancient regions would begin to move, and the title of the most powerful would slowly change. This battle would be the fuse of a great storm in the future. The divine fox revealed a look of astonishment. The pagoda he had summoned had been blocked and shattered by Yi Fan's arm. Naturally, he was shocked. How powerful was Yi Fan's combat prowess to be able to do this so easily? This was a god fiend. The most important thing was that the 5-colored peacock, which was as powerful as the divine fox, had been killed on the spot. This made his scalp go numb. The divine fox thought back to what they had said just now. They thought that this person had been injured during the tribulation, and that his reputation was undeserved. He would not be able to withstand a single blow. In the end, it was all their own fault. The divine fox's eyes were cunning. With a flash, he quickly retreated behind the golden snake 4th Langjun. He did not want to become the butcher knife of the 4 golden bodies and become cannon fodder. However, he had underestimated Yi Fan's speed and even more so, his determination to kill him. He also underestimated Yi Fan's invincible spirit. He charged straight at the golden snake 4th Langjun. You! The divine fox was shocked. Yi Fan had moved later, but he had arrived before him. He cut off the path ahead and blocked the way between him and the golden snake 4th Langjun. How much courage did he have dared to make such a move? He had his back to the 4 strongest Langjuns of the golden snake race and was blocking the divine fox. This was equivalent to being surrounded. Yi Fan walked like a dragon or a tiger. As he raised his hand, the sun and moon rotated, and many great stars twinkled. It was as if a celestial being was on a journey. He deeply shocked the divine fox. He turned around and left. Although he had 4 strong reinforcements not far away, he could not face Yi Fan's invincible aura. This aura made him tremble, and he lost the will to fight. This was true invincible might. It had cultivated a great momentum. Yi Fan had not even killed the divine fox yet, but he had already intimidated the enemy and disintegrated their faith. In a sense, this kind of momentum was even harder to cultivate than true combat power. It required a high degree of integration of essence, spirit, and spirit. It had to be raised to the peak and release the original majesty to achieve this. Yi Fan had a belief that he would win and an invincible will. Facing so many enemies, he charged in alone. He was fearless even when facing thousands of soldiers and horses, looking down on the heroes. It was this kind of invincible momentum that caused the divine fox to break down and flee for his life. He lost his normal heart, and this was also the reason why he was doomed to die. No matter how fast he was, could he be faster than Yi Fan? Leaving the golden snake 4th Langjun was speeding up his death. Behind him, the 4 golden snakes were furious. Yi Fan charged in alone. This kind of arrogant and invincible momentum did not intimidate them. Instead, it made their blood boil and their anger soar. This was a humiliation to them. He was just one person, and yet he dared to treat the 4 great supreme beings like this. No one in the world dared to do this. You're not the only one going through the tribulation. We also went through the tribulation half a month ago. Today, we'll take your life. The golden snake's second Lang Jun was the first to give chase. He had seen through the trick. In a battle of the same level, no one in the world could kill the Peacock King in one strike. That was the embodiment of Yi Fan's strongest move. No! At this moment, the divine fox's terrified cry came from ahead. This was because Yi Fan had caught up to him and forced him into a dead end. He also came to his senses. How could he escape? The stronger the enemy was, the more he should delay him and let the golden snake fourth Lang Jun fight for his life. Otherwise, there would be no solution for him in the future. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yi Fan's body shone with treasured light. This time, his divine form was not as simple as the dragon-shaped curve. Instead, it turned into a golden Tai Chi celestial diagram. Moreover, the phenomenon was displayed to its fullest. It was as if 3,000 gods and demons were chanting sutras, and all of them rushed over. The divine fox paled in shock. This kind of might, this kind of combat prowess, this kind of boldness, who could resist it? It was the strongest attack again. He wanted to take his life in one move. The divine fox was naturally unwilling to give up. He didn't want to fight to the death and hoped to stall for time. The lesson from the past made him terrified. He was afraid that his blood would splatter in the void and he would die on the spot. Unfortunately, Yi Fan didn't give him the chance. The Xing formula was extremely fast and stuck to his body. They were already several meters apart, but now it was as if the two of them were glued together and couldn't be separated. It wasn't that there weren't people who could fight with the human race's divine physique. For example, there were people with the tyrant ether blood in their bodies. However, there were very few of them, and the divine fox was obviously not among them. Ah! One of his arms was grabbed by Yi Fan. With a gabbing sound, scarlet blood splashed in all directions. It was torn off on the spot. The divine fox cried out loudly. His spirit was suppressed and he lost his sense of propriety. It could be said that one wrong step would lead to many mistakes. He had reached this step, and it was as if he had stepped onto the path of destruction himself. He felt fear in his heart and was intimidated by Yi Fan. He couldn't truly fight. In reality, it was rare to see someone who could become a supreme expert on an ancient path like this. Of course, this also proved how terrifying Yi Fan's unrivaled power was. It made his enemies feel fear, and even if they told others, they wouldn't necessarily believe it. Let me go, and I will definitely repay you with my life. The divine fox cried out. His eyes were filled with fear. Are you sure you can do what you say? Yi Fan released a shout, directly shaking the divine fox's primordial spirit. There was no place for him to hide his thoughts, and they were all revealed. Ah, no! The divine fox cried out in fear. He knew that he was finished. The thoughts at the bottom of his heart had been seen through. There was no way for him to live. Hiding malicious intentions, wanting to take my life in the future. Crafty and sinister. I can't let you live. Yi Fan slapped down with a flip of his hand. The divine fox's head instantly shattered, and fresh blood and pale brain matter splattered in all directions. His primordial spirit turned into ashes. In the distance, many people were stunned when they saw this scene. That was a supreme expert on an ancient path, yet in front of Yi Fan, he was like a little chick. He was directly slapped to death. Rumble! In the distance, the sounds of tribulation rang out unceasingly. There were a few others who were undergoing tribulation, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth, causing the sea of bitterness to surge violently. The sound of thunder rang out unceasingly. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. All of this was extremely shocking. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Fan turned around and faced off against the Golden Snake Clan's Lang Jun. They were about to fight. Longworm, don't try to bully the weak with numbers. Grandpa Pang is here. Come and receive your death. Pang Bo rushed over. His bronze-colored skin erupted with precious splendor as he blocked the Golden Snake Clan's supreme expert. With me here, I won't tolerate your impudence. Longma had a look of disdain on his face. He turned around and whistled. The 12 saints all surrounded him. Clang! Not far away, the golden snake's second Lang Jun spat out an immortal radiance. It was a snake sword that was nurtured from millions of corpses. It was said to be able to slay immortals and punish gods. This was a golden evil sword that was refined from the blood, bones, and soul flames of millions of creatures. It could be said that it possessed boundless evil energy. It was a sword of killing tribulation. As long as it struck the enemy, even if it was only a small cut, it would immediately turn into a pool of blood. This sword was extremely evil and evil. In order to fulfill its purpose, Golden Snake Erlang had killed all the clansmen of the ape god's bloodline on the other ancient road. He had purged them all with their blood and used them to refine the sword's blood bones and soul fire. The golden snake Lang Jun didn't move. Even though Yi Fan was so powerful, he didn't rush to make a move. He only coldly watched. The third Lang Jun was blocked by Pang Bo, while the fourth Lang Jun was being led by Longma to engage in a one-on-one battle. Rumble! The sky fell and the earth cracked. Ghosts cried and gods howled. The entire black ocean exploded and surged into the cosmos. Some of the great stars were directly struck down. It was extremely terrifying. Everyone was shocked. Many experts were submerged in the black waves. Some of them relied on secret treasures to rush out and escape death. What happened? Everyone was shocked. The waves rolled into the sky. One after another, stars fell like flying sand and stones, or exploded in the void. Under the black sea of bitterness, a terrifying divine light appeared. It rushed into the sky and turned into a divine bridge that rushed into the distance, reaching the other shore. Everyone was stupefied. The appearance of the divine bridge was something they were all hoping for, yet they had never been able to witness such a magnificent scene. The world changed drastically. The sea of bitterness was boundless, and the springs of life gushed. Not only the 9 springs, but an even larger area turned into divine liquid. They merged into one, forming a divine bridge that connected to the heavens and entered the other shore of the gods. There were people who passed the tribulations in the past few days. Even the great sage and the others bombarded the sea of bitterness. Although they were insignificant compared to the sea of bitterness, like a few mosquitoes flying around, they still woke up the giant. Crossed the divine bridge and reached the other shore of the gods. Yi Fan shouted loudly. He called for Pang Bo, Longma and the other 12 saints. They couldn't fall behind at this time. Who knew how long the divine bridge could last? Yi Fan used the army formula and brought everyone over. In addition, he used his supreme magical power to block the golden snake's second Longjuan's path of return, not allowing him to leave. Rumble! Waves rushed into the sky. The construction process of the divine bridge was too terrifying. It directly sent everyone flying. Everyone used all their strength to fly up and stood on the bright and boundless divine bridge. Great waves rushed into the sky. This didn't seem like crossing the bridge at all. Instead, it was like being swept by the divine waves and directly hit the other shore. This was an unknown void. Everyone stood on the bright divine bridge. They didn't need to move at all. It was as if they had turned into rainbows and directly flew into the depths of the distant sky region. In an instant, the void door opened. This was another world. It was not the ancient Bitter Sea region at all. They were close to the true shore of the gods. Some people wanted to take the life springs, but it was all for naught. At this time, the light of the life springs had transformed, and it was precisely because of this that the heavenly bridge was formed. It shattered one region and reached the other shore. It passed through the void and crossed an ancient star region. It was unknown how far away it was from the Bitter Sea, but it was not in the same region. Everyone came to a sudden realization, and then they were indescribably shaken. Crossing the Sea of Bitterness to reach the dwelling of the gods was not to cross the tangible Black Sea, but to directly reach the celestial court. Wang. On the divine bridge, the golden snake's second Lang Jun was fighting fiercely with Yi Fan. He felt that something was wrong because he was separated from the other 3 supreme beings of the golden snake race. He was the only one left. Chapter 14:23. The vast starry sky was pierced through by a divine bridge. It crossed 2 regions and reached the shore of the gods. This was an incredible scene. The grand divine bridge crossed over the ancient region. Great stars were like dust in front of it. It was horrifying, and anyone who saw it would be horrified and shaken. Countless cultivators strived to cross the Sea of Bitterness, but in the end of the Sea of Bitterness was not the other shore that they were searching for. They needed to leap into the sky to see another world. Yi Fan and the second Lang Jun of the Golden Snake exchanged blows. In a blink of an eye, they had already exchanged dozens of blows. He used his bare hands to fight against the evil sword of the flying serpent. It was as if iron and stone were clashing against each other. Clanging sounds could be heard on the divine bridge. This sword was extremely strange. Even though golden multicolored light shone brilliantly, each time it was brandished, it would release woo-woo sounds. Behind it was a heaven-overflowing sea of blood, mountains of corpses rising and falling, the scene terrifying. Yi Fan used his bare hands to block the sword, but there were no wounds on his palms and fingers. This shocked Second Lang Jun. His opponent's physical body was even more terrifying, and it was even stronger than the last time they fought. In the past, this flying serpent sword had killed the 6 brothers of the divine ape bloodline and absorbed several jars of the great sage's blood. It was an extremely evil weapon. But now, Yi Fan was able to fight it with his bare hands, which made Second Lang Jun of the Golden Snake feel that it was inconceivable. This body made his hair stand on end, and he definitely could not fight it in close combat. The two of them fought on the huge divine bridge. Pang Bo, the dragon horse, and the others were not worried. They had enough confidence in Yi Fan. They believed that he had become even stronger after comprehending the Tao under the Bodhi tree. Rumble. The starry sky trembled. The enormous divine bridge was like a beam of light, carrying everyone as they approached an ancient land. There was unexpectedly chaotic energy surging. From the distance there were 5 great continents that emitted hazy radiance. This was the shore of the gods. We've arrived. We've arrived at the residence of deities. Everyone cried out in alarm. They couldn't help but feel shocked. There was a continent that was incomparably hot, even more resplendent than the sun, releasing scorching radiance. The other continent was a vast ocean where humans couldn't stand. It was the endless Mosh country. On the third continent, metal energy surged into the heavens, clanging and ringing. The fourth continent surged with green energy and was filled with vitality. The fifth continent was earth and yellow in color, thick and solid. This was the 5 elements continent. Everyone was horrified. After careful observation, they discovered that these continents were extremely similar to the 5 viscera of the human body, just that they were boundless and enormous. So this was the dwelling place of the gods. Many people realized something and realized that the so-called gods were the gods born from the palace of the holy Ji of celestial being. The 5 viscera of the human body must be referring to them. 5 elements energy seeped out, merging together, becoming one, turning into primal chaos. That was why there was chaotic mist swirling about, hazy and indistinct. Above the 5 continents, there is a huge planet that is brimming with life. The divine bridge approached. Everyone saw the scene here and saw the layout clearly. There was a great star suspended between the 5 elements, receiving their nourishment and full of vitality. This really was a life-ancient star, moreover incomparably large. It was likely that there were powerful creatures on it, because even from far away, everyone could sense a type of supreme great Tao. Perhaps there was a quasi-emperor, or even a great emperor. Who could say for sure? At this point, everyone began to suspect that perhaps the gods really did exist. Moreover, it was here, so everyone became excited and excited. The other shore of the gods had an ancient star at the end. How could anyone calm down? Pooh! Second Lang Jun coughed out a mouthful of blood. After fighting for a long time, he was struck by Yi Fan's golden millstone-like palm. It made his entire body spasm and almost break into 2 pieces. The opponent's true body was even more powerful than before. He couldn't take it anymore. Yi Fan also shivered inwardly. The golden snake race was blessed by the heavens. As the descendant of the divine beast flying snake, their reputation was indeed well-deserved. How many people in the same generation could take such a ferocious strike? Regardless of whether it was in the past or now, the flying snake Second Lang Jun was an opponent that couldn't be ignored. He was truly powerful. However, it was a pity that Yi Fan was even more terrifying. After only 100 moves, he had already gained the upper hand and was almost about to suppress his opponent. The golden snake Second Lang Jun's face was gloomy. He felt that this was a type of humiliation. After only 100 moves, he was already at a disadvantage. In the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. It had always been them who suppressed and killed their enemies. They had never been attacked by such a strong force. Now, everything was reversed, and it was difficult for him to accept. Clang! Yi Fan's golden palm was like a millstone that was rotating. He put his hands together and clamped the flying snake evil sword, making it wail and almost break in half. Boom! The divine bridge connected the heavens and the earth, shaking everyone down. Everyone flew in all directions and landed on this ancient star in different directions. Yi Fan let go, and the evil sword left his control. It had to be said that this sword was very strange and powerful. It hadn't been broken until now. One had to know that Yi Fan could destroy any other Saint King-level instrument. This was a vast land. Fortunately, Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Longma, and the others didn't get separated. They all fell into an ancient forest and the depths of a majestic mountain range. Long Worm, let's see where you can run to this time. Pang Bo shouted. Longma and the others also surrounded him, cutting off his path to prevent him from escaping. The golden snake's second Longjuan's expression was cold. He observed the surrounding terrain and looked at the group of enemies. It would be a lie to say that his heart wasn't heavy. However, he didn't despair. My golden snake clan is blessed by the heavens. I am inferior to others. Today, I will use ancient techniques and secret methods to suppress you. Although he was at a disadvantage just now, he wasn't convinced. The tail of the 3-meter-long golden snake was on the ground. Its whole body was shining with golden light, like a golden pillar planted on the ground. It was glistening and releasing a powerful aura. The flying serpent evil sword floated above his head, releasing strands of chaotic chi. Behind him was a sea of blood mist, and the corpses piled up like a mountain. It was extremely terrifying. You always said that you would suppress me. Today I will make you convinced. I will kill you here. Yi Fan opened his mouth, but there was golden blood at the corner of his mouth. Yi, are you okay? Pang Bo was shocked. It's just a little Dao injury. It's not a problem. Yi Fan activated the secret character of Xia. Waves of blood mist rose, and the Dao injury was stabilized. So you have a Dao injury. The golden snake's second Lang Jun finally understood why Yi Fan was covered in golden blood after going through the trial. Whoosh! The 3-meter-long snake turned into a golden divine spear. It was stretched straight and faster than golden lightning. It tore through the void and went straight for Yi Fan's forehead. He was too fast. This was the flying snake clan's natural divine technique. It could fly in the sky and escape the ground. It was the fastest in the world. Yi Fan's body didn't move. When the golden spear was half a foot away from his forehead, he raised his right palm and blocked it. The golden snake's second Lang Jun was shocked. He retreated dozens of meters in an instant. The golden spear flew across the sky and stopped the attack. Next, he became even faster, turning into a golden streak of lightning, surrounding Yi Fan as he attacked, fully displaying his terrifying speed. From afar, one could see many golden shadows stabbing at Yi Fan. It was as if thousands of golden spears were attacking the sacred human body in the center. The mountains were rumbling, and the peaks turned into dust. It was all caused by the surging wind. In fact, neither of them had touched any mountains. Too slow. Just as the golden snake's second Lang Jun was getting more and more confident, a cold voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his body. He was hit by Yi Fan's golden fist. Golden scales flew, and blood splashed. He was almost broken in half. You! He was shocked and moved sideways. However, a golden shadow beside him was even faster. It was as if it had been waiting in front of him. Pow! The golden millstone-like palm and fingers moved, making the bones in the golden snake's second Longjuan's body crackle. He flew out again, golden blood spurting out of his mouth. It was not hard to see the strength of the flying serpent bloodline. It did not break after 2 attacks from Yi Fan, and it still had a strong fighting capacity. But the golden snake's second Lang Jun didn't think so. Instead, he felt cold. This was his strongest speed, but it was not as fast as his opponent. If he couldn't win, he couldn't even escape. Is this your fastest speed? Yi Fan asked calmly. His feet glowed, and the divine pattern appeared. He turned into a beam of light, flashing left and right as he attacked the golden snake's second Lang Jun. In this moment, the golden snake's second Lang Jun was hit 9 times. His body cracked, and his joints cracked. White bones were exposed, and blood splashed. Poof! Golden blood splashed. The golden snake's body was finally broken by Yi Fan. It was broken into dozens of pieces and scattered everywhere. A centipede dies, but it doesn't fall down. Be careful. The flying serpent's vitality is very strong, Pang Bo warned. He was not worried, because he had absolute confidence in his opponent's fighting capacity. You have made me angry. The golden snake's second Lang Jun roared. The dozens of golden pieces rushed together, and the flying serpent sword fused into his body, forming a snake body. He was furious. This was the first time in his life that his snake body had been broken. So what? Yi Fan asked calmly. Snake moves the 9 heavens. The golden snake shouted. The sky rumbled, and the 9 layers of the sky pressed down. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. This was an ancient technique. The flying serpent became a god, and it stood above the 9 heavens, suppressing everything in the mortal world. The 9 layers of heaven were under its control, and it could destroy all enemies. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Yi Fan shouted. The mountains and rivers moved, and the sun and moon trembled. As soon as he punched out, the heavens shook. The tyrannical golden color surged up, directly crushing the 9 layers of the sky. Poof! The golden snake's second Lang Jun flew out, coughing up blood. His face was full of shock and unwillingness. Flying serpent world. He roared out again. Behind him was a golden world. The ancient divine flying serpent appeared. That was a country with endless mountains and rivers. Golden divine snakes were everywhere. This was especially the case at the center. The ancient snake turned over, destroying the sun, moon, and stars. It was enormous beyond compare. That was the flying serpent ancient ancestor that became a god. Yi Fan displayed the irregular scene. The immortal king, golden sea of bitterness, primal chaos green lotus, and others connected into one. It was like a primal chaos world. Even though it was indistinct, it could still be seen. Upon closer inspection, it seemed like a human figure. All of the irregular scenes were part of a body. Yi Fan was impervious to all methods. The flying serpent world that second Lang Jun attacked was disintegrated, and then it collapsed. His irregular scenes merged into one, and the divine might was boundless. It blasted second Lang Jun into pieces, scattering him in all directions. A rain of blood scattered down. How could it be like this? Second Lang Jun said to himself after reassembling his body. He was suppressed once again, and he failed again. What other secret techniques and ancient methods do you have? If you think you can defeat me, then feel free to use them. Yi Fan retracted his irregular scenes and calmly stared at him. Second Lang Jun was in despair. Just how many people of the same level could break through those secret techniques? However, in front of the human race's divine body, they were so useless. Could it be that he could only fight a few hundred rounds against a divine body? He couldn't compete at all. Could it be that he was fated to fall on the Emperor's path and become someone else's dazzling scenery? Flying serpent soul transformation. Second Lang Jun roared. The 4 words shook the world. His entire body cracked, and it was dazzling. He was actually going to shed his snake skin and transform into an even more powerful divine body. It's useless. Yi Fan took a step forward like golden lightning. His 2 golden palms spread out and directly grabbed the snake's tail. With a forceful tug, the snake's body broke apart, and blood sprayed everywhere. Ah! Second Lang Jun was in complete despair. The other party continuously waited for him to make his moves, breaking them one by one. Moreover, they were all in the domain that he was most proficient in. There was no more cruel blow than this. Chapter 14:24. When Yi Fan moved, he was like a great pung spreading its wings, soaring 90,000 li into the sky. When he was quiet, he was like an abyss, possessing a type of great power that overlooked the world. He tossed the 2 halves of the golden snake body onto the ground, not fearing that he would escape at all. He coldly looked down on his opponent. Golden Snake's second Longjuan's Zhang Long snake body was cut into 2 halves. Golden blood splashed high into the air. He was in despair. He displayed several of his most powerful ancient techniques, but they were completely defeated, unable to contend against this great enemy. I am unwilling. He wasn't willing to become a pile of bones on the Emperor's path. He had been unrivaled ever since he started cultivating, believing himself to be one of the most powerful individuals of the younger generation, yet today, he was defeated so miserably. Xiao. The 2 halves recombined, turning into a golden snake body. The golden vertebrae released chong-chong sounds. The flying serpent evil sword appeared again, shining resplendently. This sword was dyed with his lifeblood, its power incomparably great. He was going to carry out a final struggle. Yi Fan's divine form appeared, a dragon-shaped figure at the center. A golden sphere covered his body, and with a honglong sound, blood energy rushed into the heavens, reaching a type of most powerful state. Dang! He used his fists to shake the sword, striking it several dozen times in succession until the flying serpent evil sword trembled. After the 6th Dao reincarnation fist appeared, the golden fist struck 100 times. In the end, with a hong sound, the sword body exploded, the evil sword turning into pieces. At the same time, a sky-overflowing sea of blood and endless corpses appeared, as if they had arrived in a terrifying foreign land. It was just that abrupt, making one tremble. This was the blood and bones of the flying serpent evil sword after devouring millions of creatures, nurturing an evil embryo, becoming a supreme divine artifact. Even though it wasn't a material object, it was still vivid and lifelike. The flying serpent evil sword had devoured the blood of the great sage, and even more so, it had used the blood of millions of creatures as its foundation, the divine blood of an entire divine ape race as its spirit. Now it was almost on the verge of becoming the great sage's artifact, yet it was still destroyed, broken under Yi Fan's fist. This strike smashed away all of Golden Snake's second Longjuan's confidence, making him feel as if he was stepping on a 10,000 zhang high peak, falling into a dark abyss, his entire body ice-cold. Yi Fan, why haven't you killed him yet to prevent any variables from appearing? You shouldn't be lenient towards your enemies. You should be decisive and severe. The Scorpio Saint said. Pangbo said, because there are still 3 snakes. Yi Fan wants to figure out the background of this race. In the future, he might even encounter the most terrifying old snake. At the last moment, Golden Snake Erlangjin's face suddenly revealed a sinister expression. He put away all of his dejection, and divine light erupted from between his brows. A corner of the formation diagram flew out, and it flowed with the aura of the great Tao. It was as if it could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and divine might surged violently. This was the flying serpent race's mysterious ancient artifact. Back then, the 4 brothers had used it to fight against the great sage, forcing the Grey Flood Dragon venerable beast into a dangerous situation and almost dying. Even if I can't defeat you, I can kill you. The second Lang Jun of the Golden Snake roared. His eyes were awe-inspiring. This peerless enemy made him feel despair. Since he couldn't fight back, then he would completely destroy him. This was his crazy desire to destroy Yi Fan in both body and soul. Although the corner of the divine diagram was sealed, it could still release a portion of its power. Strands of ripple-like light waves spread out. It was simply unstoppable. The void collapsed inch by inch. Dang! Suddenly, green light flourished in front of Yi Fan. He took out the damaged green cauldron and used it to block in front of him. When the light waves spread over, they were all blocked. Longma and the others were shocked. The flying serpent race was indeed terrifying. They actually forced Yi Fan to use this great killing weapon. This was something that hadn't happened in many years. The green copper cauldron was mysterious and unfathomable. It was the only divine artifact left in the world of ancient heaven. It didn't take the initiative to attack and had always been focused on defense. What is this? Ancient heaven. The second Lang Jun of the Golden Snake cried out with a shocked expression. Yi Fan held the green cauldron and moved forward. The light waves couldn't get close to him, so he crashed into the second Lang Jun of the Golden Snake and the divine diagram. With a rumble, this corner of the ancient formation diagram was incomparably dazzling. It tore apart the void and rushed into the clouds. It actually escaped. The ancestral artifact of the flying serpent race actually flew away. The second Lang Jun of the Golden Snake turned pale with fright. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, in a vast wasteland, ancient trees towered into the sky. Apes cried and tigers roared. A corner of the formation diagram appeared above the heads of the other 3 Langjuns of the Golden Snake race. They were operating the Golden Snake celestial art, trying to find the second Lang Jun through the connection between the diagrams. Suddenly, the end of the horizon shone brightly. A dazzling divine rainbow descended from the sky. A corner of the ancient formation descended and combined with the ancestral artifacts of the 3 Langjuns, forming a complete ancient diagram. On it, there were all kinds of patterns, from gods to birds and beasts. In the center, there was a flying serpent that had become a god. The scene was earth-shattering because it could swallow all the stars in the sky just by opening its mouth. The second Lang Jun is in danger. The first Lang Jun of the Golden Snake race sighed. Two beams of bright divine light shot out from his eyes. He looked at the horizon with an incomparably awe-inspiring look. Second brother doesn't have long to live. He might not even be in this world anymore. Was it done by the sacred body of the human clan? I'm going to kill him. The third Lang Jun of the Golden Snake roared angrily. Among the four of them, he was the most hot-tempered. He would kill people at the slightest provocation. There were thousands of corpses lying on the ground. A sea of blood appeared behind him, reaching high into the sky. Sacred body of the human clan, I will torture you to death with the cruelest method. It's a pity that second brother hasn't mastered the invincible method of the flying serpent transformation. Otherwise, who could compete with me? You two have mastered the flying serpent transformation. We will try our best to get rid of the sacred body of the human clan, the first Lang Jun of the Golden Snake said. His expression became more and more gloomy. Of course we have to get rid of him. I'm going to swallow his golden flesh bit by bit. The battle had already ended. Yi Fan pointed at the forehead of the second Lang Jun of the Golden Snake. Blood splattered, and a giant snake corpse appeared on the ground. It was no longer one zhang long. Its true body was thousands of zhang long. It stretched across the mountain range. Its entire body was golden and dazzling. Its scales were 1 to 2 meters long and flickered with a metallic luster. The cold moonlight sprinkled down, and waves of flames soared in the mountains. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Longma, the Golden Lion, and the others sat together. Pieces of golden and glossy dried meat hung on the bonfire. Beside the bonfire, there were jars of wine. The fragrance assailed their nostrils and drifted far into the night. They ate the meat in big mouthfuls and drank big bowls of wine. This is the first time I've eaten the flying serpent in my life. It doesn't taste good. It's hard to chew, Longma said. You shouldn't eat meat, the Scorpio Saint said. I'm not a vegetarian. I love to eat lion's head, bear's paw, dragon's liver, and phoenix's marrow. Longma gulped down a jar of wine and said casually. Suddenly, a few murderous auras rushed over. The Golden Lion, the Black Bear Saint, the Nine-Tailed Crocoddragon, and the Green Luan all stared at it. The second Lang Jun of the Golden Snake was a proud son of heaven. But today, he was killed and roasted on a bonfire, becoming someone else's meal. No one would believe it if this was spread. The snake can't be roasted. It should be made into snake soup and stewed. Come, Yi, bring the cauldron over. Put the life spring divine liquid of the ancient celestial being in it and cook the flying serpent, Pangbo said. The Black Bear Saint raised his bare paws in agreement. Good idea. It'll definitely be delicious. I'll go find some herbs and use them as seasonings. Look at the mountains and valleys here. There are ancient mountains everywhere. Maybe there are old herbs that are tens of thousands of years old. It'll be the most suitable for stewing. This could be described as extremely luxurious. Wisps of the source chi of all things hung down. The Kuan Peng, vermilion bird, and primal chaos deities were all lifelike. Wisps of primal chaos chi lingered around the mouth of the cauldron. How many divine objects like this could be found in the world? Today, it was truly a waste of its talents. It had become a vessel for a few gluttons. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others activated their divine power. Flames spat out from their palms and fingers to heat up the cauldron. Inside the cauldron, it was chaotic and hazy. The life spring divine liquid of the ancient celestial being surged. The golden flying serpent's meat bobbed up and down. Longma, the Golden Lion, and the others threw in a few ancient herbs. The Scorpio Saint put in a few ancient vine roots. The aroma of meat, life spring, and herbs filled the air. This pot of meat soup was unprecedented. The rare flying serpent's meat was cooked in the life chi cauldron and stewed with the life spring divine liquid of the celestial being. How many times could it be seen in the mortal world? It's enough to enjoy such a meal. The nine-tailed crocoddragon sighed. This was too extravagant. He felt that eating like this might incur the wrath of the heavens. It was somewhat unreal. Everyone ate to their heart's content. In the end, they even drank it clean. After all, that was the life spring divine liquid. Every drop could bring back flesh and bones from the dead. It made everyone's essence energy surge, and their bodies were about to explode. Although it looks like a pot of life spring divine liquid, the ancient celestial being's body has mysteriously enlarged. If he were to return to the height of a normal person, this pot of life spring divine liquid would not even be a drop, said Longma. This was the truth. and it was far from being a true drop of the celestial being's life-spring divine liquid. Otherwise, this would be the most heaven-defying thing in the world. Who could obtain the life-spring divine liquid of an ancient great emperor? Early in the morning, mist drifted about, bringing with it a humid aura. The morning dew flickered with 5 colors and 10 rays of light in the morning light. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Longma, and the others left the mountain. They walked towards the vast land and marched towards the cities with living beings. In reality, they had already seen a few strange creatures in the mountains, but most of them did not have any profound cultivation. Their understanding of the great world was limited. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard. They were startled because a huge figure gradually appeared on the horizon. It was at least 300 meters tall, like a mountain peak, majestic and mighty. This was a giant ape with a wide mouth and a body full of yellow fur that flickered with a faint golden splendor. It carried a stone staff on its shoulder, and on top of it hung a strange creature that was dozens of meters long. It was obvious that this was its prey. Aren't the creatures of this world a little too big? Oh, although they are big, their strength is not that shocking. They are only in the dragon transformation secret realm. However, this kind of giant physique is definitely not something that can be compared to. I'll go ask him about the situation of this planet. Longma leapt up and arrived in front of the giant ape. He used his divine sense to transmit his question to it. The giant ape was obviously aware of the strength of the newcomer and did not look down on him because of his small size. He answered every question and was very cooperative, which was out of everyone's expectations. This was an ancient source of life, and its name was Paramitha. A group of extremely powerful creatures resided here, and the giant ape was only the lowest of them all. He used the stone staff to point into the distance, saying that there were cities and flourishing towns there. All types of races roamed about. Woo, it really is Paramitha. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. According to what the giant ape said, there really were deities in this world, just that he couldn't get close to them. It was because his level wasn't high enough to worship them. This shocking news immediately moved them, feeling that there would be terrifying existences on this ancient planet. Have you heard of the ancient coffins from the legendary era? Longma continued to ask. Of course I have. A stone coffin with a total of 9 layers appeared on the Great Earth several decades ago. Everyone knows about it. The giant ape's reply left them stupefied. They originally thought that it was extremely secretive and would definitely have to go through a lot of trouble, but who would have thought that everyone here knew about it? Where is it? It is naturally in the immortal domain. The giant ape said. What? Immortal domain? There really is such a place in this world. Everyone was stupefied. Wait. Speak slowly. Where is the immortal domain? What kind of place is it? Yi Fan asked seriously. The immortal domain is the dwelling place of the deities, the land of long life. It is in that direction. The giant ape pointed with the large staff again, pointing in a distant direction. Everyone was speechless. This giant ape replied again. There really wasn't the slightest bit of suspense. It knew everything. Do you know about the ancient tree of life? Longma asked. He had never seen the Ji siblings before, so he naturally wouldn't have any feelings for them. He wasn't that interested in the 9-layered coffin from the legendary era. He only wanted to know about the ancient tree of life. Of course I know. The giant ape nodded in a simple and honest manner. How do you know everything? Chapter 14:25. The giant ape was very innocent. He had a sincere look on his face as he scratched his head and said, Everyone in the world knows about this. What's wrong with that? This answer left everyone speechless. Could it be that the 9-layered coffin and the ancient tree of life were known to everyone during the mythological era? This caused them to be dumbfounded. Where is the ancient tree of life? Longma urged, wishing to immediately know the whereabouts of this ancient tree. There were just too many people that descended, the great sage, the various young supreme beings. Which one of them was easy to deal with? It's not far from here. Go straight ahead, and you'll reach it in the backyard of the gods. The giant ape replied. The backyard of the gods? What kind of place is that? Pangbo asked seriously. It can also be considered the residence of deities, can be considered a part of a mortal domain. However, deities normally wouldn't descend, rarely going there. The giant ape pointed forward, telling everyone that they could reach that place from 10,000 li away. This distance was really nothing to the crowd. Once one's cultivation reached the Saint Realm, they would be able to turn the horizon into a short distance. With a single step, the sun, moon, rivers, and mountains would all move together. Immortal Domain, the rear courtyard of deities, a place they normally didn't reside in, yet there was an ancient life tree growing there. When all of this was linked together, for outsiders, it was enough to shock them. Everyone revealed strange expressions. Before coming here, everyone thought that it would be extremely difficult, that the other side of the divine would definitely be full of danger, that they might have to fight bloody battles until corpses piled up into mountains. Who would have thought that a mere giant ape would reveal everything they wanted to know so effortlessly? Longma and the Golden Lion interrogated seriously. After understanding enough of the situation, they couldn't wait to immediately take action. They were only 10,000 li away, but they could hurry over immediately. Yi Fan had a strange look on his face as he opened his heaven eye and stared at the giant ape. It was indeed a creature from the Dragon Transformation secret realm, and not some living antique. The mountains and rivers flew in reverse, and the great rivers went far away. The group of them tore through the sky like an extremely shocking rainbow, and in a short while, they arrived 5,000 kilometers away. When they arrived here, everyone's minds trembled. This place was extremely mysterious. Chaotic mists surged, separating everything in front of them, as if it was a world of its own. It was clear that this place was extraordinary. As soon as they approached, their hearts jumped. The mountains and rivers in the mist were all engraved with great Tao symbols, making one feel reverence. That giant ape didn't lie. It's actually true. This is definitely a secret place. The 12 saints had experienced many storms and waves over the years, and could tell at a glance that this place had an extraordinary layout that was rarely seen in thousands of years. The mountain peak was like a forest of divine statues that had existed since ancient times. The mountain range was like a horned dragon, traversing from east to west. The precipice was like a golden rock spreading its wings, soaring straight up into the sea of clouds. The hills were like the black tortoise lying dormant, stable and heavy. That's right. I've seen that giant ape's consciousness before, and it didn't lie, Longma said. Even though this was a little unreasonable, it was better to be careful since they had just arrived here. Is this really the backyard of the gods, a part of the immortal realms? This is simply too unbelievable. After arriving at the other side of the gods, does that mean that one is about to become an immortal? Pangbo was filled with bewilderment. There was no doubt that there was something particular about this place. Just standing on the outside was enough to make one's mind tremble, and they wished they could go in and examine the mysteries of creation. Something's not right, Yifan said. What's wrong? Is this place dangerous? Nine-tailed Crocodrogon asked. I can't tell at the moment. Yifan shook his head. In reality, this place was very much like an immortal's cave. It was truly too extraordinary. There were saints everywhere, and it was fascinating. What's wrong? Green Luan asked. There's something wrong with that giant ape. Let's go, we'll go back and take a look. Yifan turned around and rushed 10,000 miles away. Everyone looked at each other and followed. However, the land was boundless, and there were towering trees and ancient forests. There was no sign of that giant ape at all. This is the footprint he left behind. It ends here, Yifan said. The giant ape that was 300 meters tall left huge and very deep footprints on the ground. When it reached this place, it suddenly stopped, as if it had mysteriously disappeared. I've clearly searched his sea of consciousness. How could there still be a problem? Longma was so angry that even the roots of his teeth were itching. Even my sky source eye almost lost its effect. This giant ape is really something. Yifan's eyes shot out cold lightning as he scanned the surroundings, searching for traces. Finally, he picked up a glittering golden monkey hair from a bush in the distance. It was not very long, much shorter than the giant ape's hair from before. Moreover, it was exceedingly brilliant. A monkey hair? What's going on? Pangbo asked. Yifan said in a deep voice, that giant ape just now was transformed from a monkey hair. It almost fooled all of us. There was a divine ape that was proficient in the Tao of transformation. Even if it wasn't unparalleled, it wouldn't be much. Why do I feel that it's a bit familiar? Green Luan's eyes were sharp. Yes, it seems familiar. Sky Scorpio Saint nodded solemnly. It's him. Pangbo shuddered. In the depths of ancient celestial being's life spring, there was an ancient cave residence. Inside, there was a six-eared macaque that had passed away in a sitting posture. This kind of aura was similar, so it seemed to be him. It can't be. That old monkey's cultivation was great, but hundreds of thousands of years have passed. How could it have survived? The golden lion grew suspicious. I know, it's that little one. The black bear saint gritted his teeth as endless resentment grew in his heart. One of his patriarchs was a great saint, and his powers were unparalleled. He encountered a mighty six-eared macaque moving house in the starry sky. He accidentally got in the way of the divine macaque, and was slapped into a pile of mush. At that time, there was also a little monkey sitting on that peerless expert's shoulder. I think he might have survived. The black bear saint's expression was ugly. Everyone was stunned. The six-eared macaque had built his residence in ancient celestial being's life spring. It could be said to be shocking, and there was no need to doubt his strength. With his strength, it would not be a problem for him to find the source of God and seal his descendants into this world. The ancient celestial being's sea of bitterness built a divine bridge that led to the other shore. It could be said that this place was very close. If the divine bridge appeared, he would only need to take one step to come over. Legend has it that the six-eared macaque is one of the strongest bloodlines in the universe. It can perceive and understand all things. Especially, it can listen to the sounds of the world and learn all kinds of techniques. It is unpredictable, and no one can see through its transformation. The nine-tailed crocodile dragon said solemnly. It then stopped talking and looked around as if it was afraid of being heard by the divine monkey. Everyone said that the six-eared macaque is extinct, and the world lost one of the most terrifying physiques. Who would have thought that he still has another bloodline on the other side of the gods? Everyone had a bad premonition. This monkey's abilities were heaven-defying, and if it targeted them, it would definitely be a bitter battle. Just using a strand of monkey hair to transform, it almost deceived all of them. This kind of method was not something an ordinary expert could use. Yi Fan's expression was calm as he said, "No matter. If it was truly unrivaled, it would have made its move against us a long time ago." Although this was what they said, the 12 saints did not dare to let down their guard. This was because this bloodline was too powerful, and they had no choice but to be on guard. The black bear saint, in particular, had an ashen expression. This was an enemy of his race. Yi Fan and the others searched everywhere but to no avail. Since the six-eared macaque's monkey hair was in this world, then its true body might be here as well. They might be able to encounter it in the future. Damned monkey, how ruthless. It wants to lure us in and destroy our bodies and souls. Longma clenched his teeth. They found out from the mouths of other creatures that the mountains and rivers were indeed related to the ancient deities. However, it was definitely not some backyard, but a forbidden area that had existed since ancient times. The current deities might not even be able to enter, and for others, there was no way they could leave. They would undoubtedly die, because that was a killing formation laid down by the ancient emperors. It was still there even now, and it hadn't been completely destroyed. Good monkey, we'll settle this debt with you in the future. Pangbo also spoke. There was something extraordinary about the mountains. Every 10 steps, a scenery, every 5 steps, a divine talisman, seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. However, the killing formation of the ancient emperors was arranged here, and even deities would die if they entered. After making a detour around this ancient land, they entered the true boundless land where heroes fought for supremacy. They saw several enormous ancient cities in succession, and every single one of them was overseen by an unrivaled expert. Long Life's hometown isn't called the immortal domain, but the divine domain. It is the dwelling place of the deities. This was the true and accurate information they obtained after arriving in this world. That giant ape's words were wrong, but it wasn't all false either. It was enough to change the immortal domain to the divine domain. One of the human race's Tao protectors died, and 2 of the other race's great sage died as well. What is going on? They obtained a shocking piece of news. On top of a grand city wall, there was a notice that had 3 bloody heads hanging on it. They were sinners who tried to blaspheme the deities, and they were being suppressed as a warning to others. It had only been a single night since they descended into this world, yet 3 great sage died. This left everyone shocked. Yi Fan and the others all shivered inwardly. This world was terrifying after all. This was the 5th enormous city they passed by. The city walls were tall and large, as if they were cast from black molten iron. Dark light shone coldly, flickering with a cold metallic luster. 3 bloody heads were placed in bamboo cages and hung on the imposing city gates. It was a ghastly sight. Yi Fan and the others entered the city and saw all kinds of races they had never heard of before. Some had bird bodies and wolf heads, some were just lumps of light without a fixed form, and some only had a large head without arms or a body. The races came in all shapes and sizes, all different from one another. There were even quite a few magical artifacts. It was as if a divine blade was walking in the city. It had a pair of legs and hands, and its body was a blade. Meanwhile, there was another ancient pagoda swaying about, flying in the city. Longma almost took action to loot these weapons. However, he was stopped by Yi Fan, who strictly warned him not to act recklessly. These were all the races of this world, and quite a few of them were cultivated by the different races. The holy weapons were intelligent, and they became different races. It was legal here, and they could move about freely without anyone interfering. It was rumored that quite a few of them came out from the caves of famous mountains and great rivers. So strange. Just what kind of place is this? The 12 saints were bewildered. Fortunately, they also saw quite a few humanoid creatures. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others couldn't be considered different races, so they didn't attract too much attention. Some of these humanoid creatures were humans, while others were transformed from other terrifying creatures. All of them were very strong. These enormous cities have existed since ancient times, and it is said that they are all protecting the dwelling places of the gods. They investigated this information. Behind the majestic city was close to the divine domain. The human Tao protector and the 2 foreign races' great sage were all killed while exploring the divine domain. That was why their heads were hung on the city walls as a warning. Great sage, he was killed just like that. Could it be a true god? These news made them feel very uneasy. Yi Fan and the others passed through the city and didn't act blindly without thinking. They asked around and found out that there were a total of 8 similar giant cities around the so-called divine domain, guarding 8 directions. They asked many creatures, but they still couldn't figure out what the so-called gods were because no one could really explain it clearly. The divine domain wasn't shaken. They took the risk to inquire about the 9-layered coffin from the legendary era, which once again proved that some of the giant apes' words were indeed known by most people. However, it wasn't in the immortal domain, but in a dangerous land. They crossed heaven and earth, and they didn't know how many millions of li they had crossed. They arrived at an ancient land that had existed since the legendary era and gazed into the depths. It's just a stone coffin, but it's actually lying in the depths of this dangerous land. Is this a great omen? Everyone stood in the sky and gazed into the distant dangerous land. Miasma pervaded the air, and the ancient forest was extremely quiet. It was deathly silent. In the midst of a huge mountain, there was an incomparably tall stone coffin. It was like a stone mountain lying across the land, emitting a simple and ancient aura. This was a coffin that descended from the outer realms. For decades, no one dared to enter because there were too many terrifying legends left behind in this dangerous land. Approaching it would mean certain death. This is really the ancient coffin of the Void Emperor, but how did it become so huge? Yi Fan was bewildered. Chapter 14:26. Miasma pervaded the air, and ancient vines and giant trees covered the entire mountain region. It was a scene of desolation. However, it was extremely quiet, and not a single sound could be heard. It was incomparably desolate. A giant coffin lay in disarray, exuding an ancient aura. Its entire body was made of stone, yet there wasn't the slightest crack. It was 1,000 zhang tall, taller than many of the surrounding mountain peaks. If one didn't look carefully, they would think that it was a coffin. It was clearly a stone ridge without a single blade of grass growing on it. There was an innate aura of the great Tao that made people feel reverence. The Void Emperor who suppressed the darkness chaos and fought against the 7 great restricted regions is buried inside? Pang Bo said in a low voice. The coffin of an ancient emperor is extraordinary after all. Just standing here gives us a strange feeling. The 12 saints also sighed. There was no pressure or aura that made people tremble. That coffin was so huge, yet there were no terrifying fluctuations seeping out. There was only a type of unordinary feeling. They didn't rush in recklessly after coming here. It wasn't only because this ancient coffin was mysterious, but more importantly, this place was a danger zone. There was no way out once one entered. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others cultivated the heavenly eye. They stood in the distance and could see 1,000 li, but they still couldn't see through the things in the depths of the mist. It was as if there was a layer of muslin separating them. Even the heavenly eye that was different from the others was blocked, unable to see through it. There was an ancient killing intent unknown to others there, and they couldn't break through it even now. If the Ji siblings are really inside, then things aren't good. This place is so sinister, we can't let anything happen to them. Pang Bo said. Yi Fan said, as long as they don't leave the ancient coffin, no matter how terrifying the danger zone is, it won't be a problem. This was a fact. Even though the ancient emperors had died, they weren't people the later generations could blaspheme. The corpses they left behind possessed unfathomable power. The so-called danger zone was a place where even saints would fall if they entered. It was a burial ground that had existed since the ancient times. Even though there were ancient trees and medicine kings here, there weren't any spiritual beasts roaming about. Something isn't right. Look at the purple mist rising from this mountain peak during the day. It's clearly an auspicious sign. Why is it called a danger zone? Longma was puzzled. Let me have a look. Yi Fan told everyone to step back. His entire body flowed with treasure light as he used his Genesis technique. A large number of runes appeared under his feet as he surveyed the surrounding mountains and rivers. Something's wrong. Retreat quickly. Yi Fan was shocked. In the instant that they escaped, a mysterious power spread over. It was divine and pure, almost like the power of deities. It flowed with brilliant lights and vibrant colors. It wasn't killing intent. Instead, it was as if the immortal gate was opened wide to welcome an esteemed guest into the mountain. It was extremely strange. It's different from what the natives said. It's clearly a pure land. Why is it called a land of death? The 12 saints looked at each other. They did not sense any killing intent. Yi Fan was also frowning. He stared at the mountains and rivers again and again, still having everyone wait outside. He was the only one who walked forward alone. A quarter of an hour later, boundless power appeared again. The mountains and valleys were all resonating, releasing auspicious light. Every single mountain peak was like a supreme treasure. Rumbling sounds rang through the air, auspicious energy rushing into the heavens. Innate divine essence surged like water. All the mountains were shaking. It was incomparably divine. Multicolored light danced in the sky. It was completely different from the legends. Why is it like this? The natives are lying to us. Impossible. Could it be that everyone we meet is lying? In the outside world, Pang Bo and the 12 saints couldn't believe it. Yi Fan stopped. He was puzzled, but he became even more vigilant. He stood outside the dangerous land and transmitted his voice into the stone coffin. Brother Ziyue, Brother Haoyue, are you guys there? His voice was like heavenly thunder, causing the space around him to tremble. It traveled for thousands of kilometers, resonating with the entire mountain, and his words reverberated endlessly in the air. The auspicious light became even more brilliant. It was as if an immortal cave had opened, waiting for the fated person to enter and obtain their own fortune. Yi Fan decisively retreated. Although the auspicious light was blowing against his face, he still felt that something was wrong. It was an indescribable feeling. Gotcha! All the great mountains cracked. Tens of thousands of mountains rumbled and cracked. Many cracks appeared on every mountain, and there was actually a bright red liquid inside. Blood, it's scarlet blood. Yi Fan and the others were astonished. How much blood was there in so many mountains? How were they formed? It made them suspicious. These mountains are all alive. They are all moving. The Black Bear Saint said in a low voice. These mountains moved like snakes and dragons. Even though they cracked and blood appeared, it was still like this. It made people feel extremely strange. Could these really be living creatures? Look, there are enormous white bones inside the mountains. They are like the bones of mountains, and they are stained with blood. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What was this? Why was it so special? The mountains that could climb were like dragons and snakes. The surface of their bodies was cracked, and the insides were filled with blood. There were also enormous bones that supported the mountains. Every single bone was extremely large. The largest was several hundred zhang or even over 1,000 zhang, while the smallest was not even the size of a palm. They possessed a strange luster of life. The mountains were alive. What kind of creatures were these? Could it be that the reason this place was called a dangerous place was because they devoured the creatures that entered this place? Suddenly, a strange fragrance wafted over. It made one's body feel light and healthy, as if they were about to float up. A fragrance that refreshed the heart and refreshed the mind possessed a special type of magical power that made one feel intoxicated. All of the mountains were trembling. Brilliant light erupted from the cracks, and drops of mysterious liquid flowed out from the blood and bones. They were sparkling and translucent. They slid down from the mountains and fell to the foot of the mountains, forming small sparkling and translucent puddles. Quite a few of them were even connected together. Needless to say, everyone knew that this was an extraordinary divine liquid. However, the process of its birth was unimaginable. It left everyone astonished and puzzled. Collect! Longma released a low roar. He activated a magical artifact and sent it into the 10,000 mountains to collect this mysterious drop of liquid. However, the magical artifact was like a clay ox entering the sea, unable to return. It directly fell onto the mountain and then disintegrated. It was devoured by the auspicious light and collected into the mountain. It's using my magical artifact as nourishment. What exactly is this thing? Could it be that there really are creatures like the earth dragon in this world? Within the mountains, all types of flowing light danced about. That sparkling and translucent liquid was extremely rare. It didn't seep into the sand or the cracks between the rocks. All of it gathered at the base of the mountain, so it was only a small puddle. As for that enormous stone coffin, it was still lying in disarray without any changes. Someone is coming, the Green Phoenix Saint said. In the distance, several dozen figures flew over. All of them had divine rings around their bodies. There were men and women among them. Some were valiant and intimidating, some were divine and auspicious, and some were as beautiful as flowers. Most of them were humanoid creatures. However, some had 3 heads and 6 arms, while others had a 3rd eye. Every single one of them was extraordinary, making others feel restraining fear. It seems like the divine demonic liquid is about to be formed. It only surges once every 10,000 years. This is a rare opportunity, so we cannot afford to miss it. These people were all very powerful, but they didn't dare to enter the danger zone. They all quietly watched from the outside and didn't discover Yi Fan and the others who had already hidden themselves. Look, the divine demonic liquid has already begun to form. After a period of time, some of the precious liquid will precipitate. This is a very important matter, so everyone must come and patrol frequently. We cannot afford to make any mistakes, a man said in a deep voice. Yi Fan and the others nodded inwardly as they listened. This was indeed a strange place. There was actually divine demonic liquid here. It was extremely difficult for powerful people to obtain it. You and I are all following orders. If something goes wrong, none of us will be able to bear the consequences. The gods will blame us, so we must be careful. The more Pang Bo and the others listened, the more astonished they became. Some divine demonic liquid would appear every 10,000 years, and these people belonged to some great power. They were in charge of collecting the precious liquid here. Sir, why does the divine demonic liquid appear here? How exactly is it formed? Isn't this a danger zone? Can we enter? Clearly, there were new members among them who were full of curiosity about this place. They earnestly asked for guidance and guidance. This is the battlefield of deities. Their blood and bones are buried here. Now, apart from our deities, no one can enter. Their bodies and souls will be wiped out at every turn. A handsome man warned. His strength was astonishing. He was a lower-level Saint King with 3 heads and 6 arms. His black hair was thick, and he had a type of fierce aura. This was the blood and bones of deities. They were buried here, forming a life danger zone. The flesh and blood contained immortal essence, which would move the hearts of later generations. For some reason, it seemed to have turned into an immortal cellar in the end. It also seemed to have turned into a special life form. The flesh and bones of deities automatically produced divine demonic liquid, and it would surge out once every 10,000 years. These people come from the divine domain. Through their conversation, Yi Fan and the others quickly understood some of the situation. Sir, the giant coffin that fell from the sky several decades ago landed in this danger zone. Is there any explanation for this? Even now, no one knows, someone asked. Right, What exactly is going on? The ancient coffin fell from the sky. Back then, someone saw from afar that there were several creatures on the coffin. This is simply unimaginable. I wonder if they are still in this danger zone. There are some matters that involve too many things too deep. It isn't something you can ask about. It's best if you don't do so. That great one said coldly. In the end, he still said this in a low voice. That is a 9-layered ancient coffin from the legendary era. It might be a deity's elder. That is why there is no need to discuss it. In the dark, Pang Bo and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. The 9-layered coffin from the legendary era buried in the 9 heavens, the deities within. Could it be that it originated from here? Yi Fan speculated that the Void Emperor only obtained the 9-layered coffin from the cosmos. As for who the true owner was, there was no way of knowing. Now, it seemed like they were going to find the true owner. It seems like Purple Moon and Hao Yue might still be in the depths of the danger zone, not coming out all this time. I wonder how they are after all these years. Yi Fan said to himself. Right at this time, a rumbling noise sounded from the distant sky. A bronze war chariot streaked across the heavens, crushing the heavens as it rushed here, releasing undying radiance. The divine domain's decree has arrived. The people who arrived earlier cried out in alarm. The divine decree has arrived. Recently, the deity has sensed that the creatures from beyond this region have arrived and will disturb the peace of all sides. As a result, the decree has been passed down. All clans are to kill the evil creatures from beyond this region and protect the other shore. A figure stood on top of the bronze war chariot, hazy and indistinct. He passed down the decree, having the heroes of the world fight against the demons from beyond this region and wipe out the invaders. In the dark, Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Longma and the others were all shaken. Things are going to be troublesome. There will be a rain of blood and foul winds in this world. All of the great sage, young supreme beings and the others who descend to the other shore will be in trouble. That existence in the divine domain is going to unleash a massacre. Longma said in alarm. Chapter 14:27. The bronze chariot rumbled and went far away. It continued to pass down the decree of the gods to the rest of the world, demanding the extermination of the foreign invaders. We're in big trouble. Someone will most likely suffer a calamity. Fortunately, we heard it here, or else we would have been caught unprepared, Pangbo said. He was afraid to go out now. There's a great fortune here. Should we take it or not? Longma didn't care about anything else. He stared at the sparkling puddles in this dangerous land. This was the battlefield of the gods in the past. It was born in the age of legends. Every 10,000 years, some demonic liquid would be produced. This was something that could seize the fortune of heaven and earth. Even the rulers of the divine realm cared about it and used it to prolong their lives. It hasn't ripened yet, but it looks like it'll be difficult to take it. There are many masters here. If we're not careful, we'll alert the divine realm. If we provoke that ruler, we'll be in big trouble, the 9-tailed crocodile said. The mountain wind blew past. The forbidden land was covered in leaves, the forest swayed, and the fissured mountain peaks slithered like snakes. Only a giant stone coffin lay there, unmoving. It was autumn on the other side. It was colder than anyone could imagine. There was a cold chill that swept through the entire land. In less than a day, the decree of the gods shook the world. The masters of all races went out to search for the demons from the outer realm. They launched a shocking massacre. In this battle, the Earth Corpse, the great demonic god, the sky-devouring beast, Xianghu, the Shenlong, and the gold-devouring beast became famous. They soared across the sky like comets and rose to the other side. The 3 Langjuns of the Golden Snake race fought against the divine sons of the divine realm. They also created a storm. Blood splashed everywhere on this ancient planet. Fierce battles broke out from time to time. The natives had a special method to distinguish between the two. The people of the other side all had a special brand. This was because all races worshipped the gods and worshipped the divine realm. They would have a divine brand on their bodies. Once they used their power, they would emit a brilliant holy light. The power of faith. The ruler of the divine realm is collecting the pure power of faith. Do they really want to live forever? There were a few masters in history who did this. They were all great figures. The undying heavenly emperor and the Amitabha Buddha were both experts in this field. The former was worshipped by tens of thousands of races, while the latter established a religion with believers all over the world, providing him with a massive amount of pure psyche power. I must find out what kind of existence the god's domain's ruler is, Yi Fan muttered to himself. They hid outside this dangerous place, calmly watching the process of the demonic god liquid's formation. It truly was a bit outrageous. Those mountain ridges seemed to have life, crawling about like earth dragons. Today, they cracked apart, releasing the precious liquid. However, they also understood from the discussions of the people guarding outside that this was far from enough. They needed a period of precipitation before the divine demonic liquid could be considered to be truly mature. They did not know that this process could take years, or even decades. When the time came, the deity would personally come to drink, and these people were only responsible for watching over it. Yi Fan and the others didn't know the exact time, so they meditated outside the mountain. They sat cross-legged on the mountain peak and looked into the distance every day, but they never saw the divine demonic liquid succeed. There really were quite a few puddles of water, sparkling and translucent. Unfortunately, from those people's discussions, it was still going to continue. They most likely wouldn't be able to wait that long. The outside world was already in complete chaos. The great sage and young supreme beings that came from outer space, which one of them was easy to deal with? Even though most of them went into hiding, they would stir up a great disturbance from time to time. This was a great storm that engulfed the entire ancient star. However, something happened that made many young supreme beings shiver inwardly, making the great sage's hearts tremble. A streak of divine light flew out from the god domain, terrifying to the heavens, killing a foreign great sage, body and spirit erased. No one saw clearly what kind of weapon that was. Some said that it was the incarnation of a deity that came out to kill demons and eliminate devils, to suppress all sides, to return peace to the other shore. There were others who said that it was a quasi-emperor artifact, able to wipe out all opponents. Even if the enemy was a great sage, it still wasn't enough, only able to fall. There were even more who said that it was a true great emperor artifact. After reviving, it crossed hundreds of thousands of li, killing the foreign great sage. It was like a soaring dragon or leaping tiger, fierce and powerful. That day, the outsiders who were guarding the danger spot cried out in alarm, all of them turning pale with fright, pointing towards the forbidden region's depths, speechless. They saw that the puddles and the divine demonic liquid all flowed towards the mountain range depths. Even if it was uphill, even if there were mountain ridges in the way, it could still flow through. There are creatures in the forbidden region, using methods to attract the divine liquid. It is in the legendary era's 9-layered coffin's direction. These people cried out, but there was no way to stop it. No one dared enter. It was rumored that only deities could enter, but ever since that giant coffin descended from the heavens, the rulers of the divine domain didn't set foot here. Yi Fan and Pang Bo moved, secretly transmitting sound, turning into strand after strand of Tao ripples, blasting towards the danger spot. Unfortunately, they didn't receive a reply. The peaks rose up, on them a few symbols that could erase the power of the outside world. This really is a natural dam, intercepting and filtering everything. All those who enter will be killed without exception. Yi Fan released a long sigh. Were they the Ji family siblings? Someone was guiding the divine demonic liquid, clearly seizing food from the tiger's mouth, seizing it from the hands of a deity. There would definitely be great trouble in the future. You all protect me. I want to see exactly what is going on, Yi Fan said. He chose a place and soared into the 9 heavens, sitting cross-legged in the void. He opened his heavenly eye, gazing towards the mountain range in the depths of the mist. Hong Long Glong. The mountains and ravines all cried out. When the 2 streaks of golden light shot out from Yi Fan's eyes, they broke through the limit, entering the true forbidden region. Many mountain ranges began to shake, as if dignified divine statues were reviving one after another. Ancient symbols appeared on the mountains one after another, and then they crushed down on these 2 streaks of light. Yi Fan's eyes were in intense pain, and then he was overwhelmed with shock. These were great Tao after great Tao, simply unimaginable, all of them possessing a type of supreme dignity. The Tao of deities. He immediately understood. Every mountain peak was the burial ground of deities. The most miserable battle had taken place here during the legendary era, and it was rumored that even the ancient celestial being had participated in it. With so many divine remains piled up, just how terrifying of a reality was this? Each symbol represented a type of deity, and with so many flickering at the same time, anyone who came would have to bear a grudge. Yi Fan naturally felt the boundless pressure, one that was difficult to endure. A strand of golden blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto his clothes. Pang Bo, Longma, and the others were all shocked. They hurriedly stopped him, telling him not to force himself. Yi, are you all right? It wasn't the Tao of deities that injured me, but rather the great Tao injury from before. It truly is a bit troublesome, and I will always be affected a bit. Yi Fan frowned. The Tao injury within his body wasn't that serious, and it wouldn't affect his battle against others. However, it still couldn't heal, and from time to time, he would spit out a mouthful of golden blood. This type of injury wasn't too big of a problem, but it was neither good nor bad, giving others a headache. In the long run, wouldn't the human race's divine body become a sick body? Even if it didn't affect his battle prowess, coughing out golden blood from time to time would make him look sick. Rather than calling this a dangerous place, it would be better to call it a treasure trove. The peaks stand side by side, and each of them condenses an ancient symbol. That is the embodiment of their Tao. If I can comprehend all of them, it would mean that I have comprehended the gods. Yi Fan stared at the giant coffin, and then at the vast and mysterious misty area behind it. His eyes revealed a strange glint. Were the Ji siblings there? He had Pang Bo, Longma, and the others open their unique heaven's eye. He was somewhat excited. Could it be that the siblings were really going to appear soon? The light shot out from his eyes became even more resplendent, as if two heavenly swords had split open the void. Gradually, he saw the scene on the other side of the stone coffin. The lake there was clear, and the mist was colorful. The fragrance of ancient medicine wafted in the air, and the clear spring gurgled. There was also an ancient cave overflowing with dense multicolored light. It was simply a Tao field for true immortals. What was missing were birds and beasts. It was too quiet, and there was no movement. It was precisely because of this that this lush and brilliant divine land seemed to lack a bit of vitality. Boom! Tens of thousands of mountains swayed, and the Tao of the gods appeared once again. An ancient symbol appeared on every mountain peak, obliterating the golden light from Yi Fan's eyes. Moreover, a terrifying and overflowing power was reflected back, causing the Tao of the heavens to resonate. With a droning sound, Yi Fan's body shook violently. Drops of blood dripped from his eyes, and his eyeballs almost shattered. This kind of backlash was abnormally terrifying. However, he didn't give up. He circulated the secret character to recover his injured body, and the light in his eyes became even more vigorous. He had to find out whether the Ji siblings were there or not. If they were, then the two of them might have a great fortune. If they weren't, then they would most likely be in danger. This time, Yi Fan's entire body shone. Not only were his eyes terrifying, but there was even a small golden figure sitting cross-legged on his immortal platform. It was chanting sutras and gazing into the distance. Tens of thousands of mountains resonated. Symbols blocked his line of sight one after another. Even the light from his eyes made his body tremble. One could well imagine what kind of danger he would face if his true body encountered this place. It was worthy of being called an ancient restricted region. This time he broke through the limit. His gaze penetrated even deeper, and he actually saw a creature. Its entire body seemed to be cast from gold. It was resplendent and dazzling, as if it was a golden immortal phoenix. Its speed was comparable to lightning, drawing out brilliant radiance. This was a divine bird that was too resplendent and incomparably beautiful. It truly was as if a phoenix from the immortal realm descended into this world. Its bright and beautiful plume feathers drew out dazzling radiance. This was a figure that Yi Fan hurriedly captured. There was a creature in the depths of the restricted region, moreover an extremely powerful one. In that instant, his expression became stupefied. He saw another familiar figure, graceful and beautiful. She was currently running happily, and then with a schwa sound, she was full of energy. The young lady gracefully landed on the back of the golden divine bird. They soared about together, as if they were dancing fairies. Ziyu, it really seems to be him. Yi Fan cried out softly. It was too far away. That figure's back was facing him, fine black hair dancing about, every strand sparkling. Her entire body was shining, making her seem extremely hazy. Moreover, it was only a flash, so he couldn't be sure. The main reason was that his eyes were almost splitting apart. Golden blood flowed out drop by drop. He was injured by the symbols of deities, blocking his line of sight.
Yi, don't try any more.
Pang Bo advised sternly, fearing that he would injure his foundation and make his Dao injuries even more serious.
No harm, I'll try again.
Yi Fan tried to open his heavenly eye again, but this time, it was already completely empty. That person and bird rushed into the depths of the restricted region. You are saying that Ziyu can come and go as she pleases in a place of danger, moreover with a golden immortal phoenix-like existence protecting her? When Pang Bo heard what he saw, he was shocked. Longma, the golden lion, the black bear saint and the others were even more dumbfounded. This was the burial ground of all deities. Since ancient times, no one could survive inside, yet she could play around in there. Who are you people? A loud shout came from afar. Just now, Yi Fan's eyes shot out divine radiance, piercing through the void and gazing into the depths of the danger zone. The two golden beams of light alarmed the group of experts guarding this place. Pang Bo, the Green Luan and the Black Bear Saint were all ready for battle. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was happy and fearless. Just now, he hurriedly glanced over and saw Ji Ziyue in the distance. He was completely at ease. There was nothing to worry about, and he didn't fear a battle. Chapter 1428. Who are you all, daring to intrude into the demonic god danger ground and covet the unmatched precious liquid? State your names. The one in the lead was a rather heroic-looking man with 3 heads and 6 arms. His black hair was thick and dense, giving off a powerful pressure. Figures moved about everywhere. Several dozen figures arrived in the blink of an eye, sealing off this place and blocking Yi Fan's group's path. Every single one of them had unkind expressions. This was a dangerous place that no one had dared approach for many years. It was a place unique to the divine realm, and there was a heaven-shocking secret, which was that it could produce demonic god liquid. After all these years, the outside world had no way of knowing about this. It had always been something exclusive to the divine realm's rulers, used to extend their lifespans. It was rumored that the natural law chains, great Dao fragments, and other things were comparable to undying medicines. This place was of utmost importance and couldn't tolerate the slightest bit of carelessness. Once it was leaked out, everyone here would die. That was why everyone was extremely nervous, fearing that something unforeseen might happen. We just happened to pass by this place. We do not wish to have any conflict with you all. Pang Bo walked up and said. His figure was tall and sturdy, his height reaching a zhang. His skin was wheat-colored, and there was a type of bright luster to it. His black hair was thick, and his eyes were spirited. Just this type of majestic appearance made it so no one dared to look down on him. I clearly saw you all peeping in. 2 streaks of golden light shot into the Forbidden Land's depths. Speak, what did you all see? A woman that looked to be around 50 years of age walked out from behind the 3-headed 6-armed man. She was extremely domineering as she looked down at these people. If one said she was an old woman, her hair could still be considered jet black. If one said she was still attractive, there were clearly wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. The golden hairpin in her hair trembled, flickering with sparkling radiance. There was a type of disgust on her face. The tips of her brows jumped slightly, revealing an overbearing stance. I'm asking you something, did you not hear me? Where did this evil woman come from? I'm clearly answering you all, yet you say that we were peeping in, forcing us. What are you trying to do? Pang Bo said. As soon as the words evil old woman came out, the woman's eyebrows immediately stood up and her crow's feet stretched out. Her eyes were as cold as 2 bone-paring knives. She hated it when people called her old. She shouted, regardless of anything else, take them down first. Obviously, apart from the man with 3 heads and 6 arms, she was also considered a leader among these dozens of people and had a lot of authority. As soon as she finished speaking, more than 10 people rushed forward. Longma took the lead and said with an arrogant look, someone is acting all high and mighty, shouting to kill and beat us up. When have we ever been bullied like this? Brothers, let's go together and beat up that evil woman. That woman immediately became furious. This vicious horse was mocking her like this, and she couldn't bear it any longer. She shouted, kill him. More than 10 individuals immediately took action, rushing forward. Every one of them had profound magical force, their fighting prowess unordinary, making heaven and earth collapse. But the result was shocking. The 12 saints roared and pounced forward like a flood. In the blink of an eye, the group of people was swallowed whole, leaving behind a mist of blood, and the sound of bones being chewed could be heard.
Gabbing. Gabbing.
The 12 saints were rather brave. They opened their ferocious mouths and swallowed the dozen people as food. It was a little bloody. Where did these evildoers come from? The remaining people were shocked and retreated one after another. There were saints among these dozen people, but only a few. No matter how powerful the divine realm was, it was impossible to mass-produce saints. This time, it was very important, so only a few dozen people were sent. Among them, there were 4 saint kings, 6 saints, and the rest were Dao severers. More than 10 people were swallowed in one gulp, including 3 saints. This kind of battle record might not be considered shocking in the divine realm, but such a bloody and clean way was still very threatening. It seems like you're here for the divine demonic elixir. If I'm not wrong, you're demons from the outer realm. An old man came forward with a gloomy face. Don't randomly put labels on people. It's not up to you to decide who is a god and who is a demon, Pangbo said. I'll give you a chance now. Kneel in the direction of the divine realm and repent to the gods. Otherwise, none of you can think of living. A young woman stepped forward. She was petite and had a delicate baby face. She looked like she was in her teens, but her chest was extremely full and had a different kind of temptation. Of course, she didn't pretend to speak to these people. Her expression was cold and had a kind of contempt. There was not a trace of charm or charm. The 4 leaders were a man with 3 heads and 6 arms, an old woman with wrinkles at the corner of her eyes, a gloomy old man, and a young girl with a childish face and full breasts. They were all at the Saint King realm and were very powerful. You're quite arrogant. You want us to kneel down and beg for forgiveness? You're not joking, right? You're still young and still wet behind the ears. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Pangbo raised his head and strode forward, taking the initiative to press forward. Reckless things. You think you have some ability, but in front of the divine realm, you're nothing. All of you can die, the young girl with a childish face shouted coldly. She was even colder and more domineering than the old woman with wrinkles at the corner of her eyes. She took the lead to attack. Kill! The gloomy old man also stepped forward and used the great tablet hand. His palm and fingers turned into a black stone tablet that let out a heavenly rumble as it slashed forward. The attack was fierce. This was an expert among the Saint Kings. The 4 experts moved together and pressed forward to carry out a fatal attack. Do you really think we're sick cats? I'll kill you all! Pangbo shouted. At this moment, he didn't hide anything. The fluctuations of a Saint King spread out, and he was like a bronze giant with an overwhelming demonic aura. At the same time, Longma also released the might of a Saint King. It was rare for him to fight alone, and he charged forward alone. Boom! The two collided, and this place collapsed, giving off a horrifying sound. This is troublesome. These 4 people have cultivated for a long time and are all old monsters. Their cultivation levels are higher than ours, and they're not easy to deal with, Longma shouted. Of these 4 great sage human kings, some looked relatively young, but their true age was already very frightening. Naturally, their strength was terrifying. Boom! Yi Fan stepped forward, his entire body shining like a wandering deity. Cold electricity shot out from his eyes, but as he stepped forward, he coughed out a mouthful of golden blood. Aside from his Dao injuries, he was also injured from forcefully prying into the forbidden land of life. There were many gods and demons buried here, and every mountain peak manifested an ancient talisman to suppress and kill all intruders. A sickly person also wants to interfere? Kneel and kowtow to the deity domain and ask for forgiveness.
Otherwise I'll destroy your body and soul, the old man shouted.
The deity domain is too tyrannical and insolent. Are you really that arrogant? Let's see, Yi Fan sneered. Although golden blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, his combat prowess wasn't affected. He punched out, and the world lost color. The vast golden blood chi shattered the world. This result shocked the 4 people. They dodged and didn't clash head-on. Clearly, they were very cautious and not reckless people. Retreat! The young girl with a youthful face and a busted chest shouted. She instantly stood more than 10 kilometers away. The 4 experts stood side by side, looking coldly at Yi Fan and the others. Your strength has exceeded our expectations, the 3-headed 6-armed man said coldly. Then, he patted his forehead,
and a divine and resplendent beam of light rushed out from the crown of his head.
You all don't know the difference between life and death, so you can't blame others. Only death can atone for your crimes against the deity domain. The young girl sneered.
Her petite and exquisite body shone, and a beam of light also rushed out from the crown of her head. It was auspicious and grand, as if a deity had descended.
At the same time, the wrinkled old woman and the old man were also like this.
It was as if a deity had rushed out from the crown of their heads, dazzling and resplendent.
What is this?
Longma and the other 12 saints were puzzled.
Blasphemers, die! The 4 people shouted loudly.
The 4 beams of light that rushed out from the crown of their heads merged into one, unexpectedly turning into a humanoid creature.
It was as if it was cast from starlight, divine and resplendent.
This was a terrifying figure that emitted a powerful fluctuation.
Moreover, there was an indistinct wail that swept through the entire place. It released a voice that resounded between heaven and earth. Who dares offend my might?
This voice was extremely vast, causing the sun, moon, rivers, and mountains to tremble. It was as if a deity had truly descended into the world.
Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others' expressions changed.
This was a formidable existence that they couldn't face head-on.
Hurry and leave! Pang Bo shouted. This humanoid creature was completely formed from light. It was extremely powerful and boundlessly terrifying.
Even though its will was indistinct, this body was too frightening.
You still want to leave after offending a deity? All of you, kneel down and receive your death.
The young girl, old woman, 3-headed and 6-armed man, and the old man shouted together.
What is this thing? Why did it rush out from the crown of their heads?
Longma and the others were puzzled, their hearts full of doubt.
Could it be a ruler of the deity domain?
But how did it live in their heads and permanently reside in their hearts?
Pang Bo was also puzzled.
They didn't dare to stop for even a moment.
The humanoid creature behind them was too powerful, and the fluctuations it released were suffocating. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Everywhere it passed, mountains and rivers turned to ashes, and the sun and moon dimmed. This was just like a true deity descending into the world.
Hung Long!
An enormous palm of light slammed down, smashing 1,000 li into a deep abyss. It was pitch black and bottomless, almost pressing the group of people down below. Hurry and leave. Don't waste any more time. Use the attainment technique or open the realm gate.
We can't fight against this monster.
Longma shouted.
They finally understood why the 4 great sage human kings were so overbearing. As expected, they had something to rely on. They truly had no fear, being able to summon this kind of humanoid monster. It was simply impossible to face it head-on. It was born in their hearts, as if it was summoned. They call it a deity,
Yi Fan said to himself. He sensed an extremely familiar aura from the humanoid creature's body. He knew what it was. The power of faith.
This was an undying body forged from boundless willpower. From a certain perspective, it was an extremely powerful incarnation.
Perhaps it couldn't be called an incarnation and could only be called a strand.
This was because the power of faith wasn't vast, and the will that entered it was also rather indistinct. This should be an indistinct incarnation bestowed upon them by the ruler of the divine realm.
It had the power to fight, but it couldn't be considered flawless. It definitely couldn't be compared to the light figure that killed the great sage not long ago. If you don't hand over your head, when will you be captured?
The 4 great sage coldly said from behind and chased after them.
Don't worry, I'll break this incarnation of faith. Yi Fan suddenly stopped.
The source energy of all things rushed out from his forehead, and strands of silk hung down. At this moment, the radiance flourished, and a vast amount of power of faith flowed out from the mouth of the cauldron. This was the power of faith obtained for him when he established the celestial court on earth. His in-name disciple, the little Taoist master, Xianxia, carried his cauldron around the world and obtained it for him. After so many years, the power of faith in the cauldron became increasingly profound and turned into a vast ocean. It was close to connecting with the gods, and it almost turned into a cocoon and gave birth to a deity. One could imagine that on the other side of the starry sky, the great sect of the celestial court must be very prosperous.
Strands of power of faith crossed space, disregarding distance, and arrived in his cauldron. Countless people were chanting the name of Celestial Emperor Yi Fan. Now, he took out the cauldron and smashed it directly at that deity. This deity only had a vague will and couldn't be considered a complete life form.
He didn't think much and directly raised his fist to smash the cauldron.
Obviously, this was a disaster. Different faiths gathered different powers, and they were highly toxic to each other. It was like fire and water couldn't tolerate each other. Boom! The power of faith surged out from Yifan's cauldron, but a lot of it evaporated in an instant. Essence energy overflowed in all directions, and there was a dense mist everywhere. There was multicolored light everywhere, and a great explosion occurred. However, the inside of the cauldron was like a vast ocean. The cauldron turned over, and the mouth of the cauldron faced downwards. It was as if hundreds of millions of resplendent galaxies were falling down, vast and boundless.
Ah! This deity roared.
His humanoid body became indistinct on the spot, and half of his body collapsed. There was no need to doubt his fighting strength, but he didn't have a true consciousness. It was extremely indistinct, and he was only a tool for killing. Moreover, different faiths didn't tolerate each other, so his destructive power was extremely great. It could be said that when dealing with a deity created from faith force, the most effective way was to use his Tao to resist. It was difficult to destroy him through other methods, and it would be futile even if one exhausted their essence energy and divine force. Meanwhile, spiritual faith force was like a divine sword of punishment. It was the most suitable method to kill this type of artificially created deity.
Ah!
This humanoid creature roared loudly, shattering the great earth. His entire body became indistinct, and then it collapsed. This left the 4 great sage human kings in the back stupefied. Their bodies went ice cold. This was something that had never happened before. Someone actually destroyed a deity's incarnation. It made them shiver inwardly. Blasphemer! I will remember you. That indistinct will roared, full of unwillingness. His body collapsed, turning into tens of thousands of specks of light that scattered in all directions. He was created by all living beings, and Yifan also used the will of all living beings to destroy him. It was equivalent to colliding with the will of all living beings, erasing him completely on the spot. You! The 4 great sage human kings' expressions changed. They turned around and left. This person was too terrifying. Not only did he blaspheme a deity, but he also killed a deity. Even though this incarnation wasn't much to a true deity, and was even relatively weak, it was still enough to shock them. Don't even think about leaving. Pang Bo was the first to rush back. Longma and the other 12 saints also began to surround and intercept them. Honglong! Yifan flipped the myriad qi cauldron, and a vast amount of power of faith surged. It was sparkling and translucent, returning into the cauldron and surging inside. There was also a primal chaos mist pervading the mouth of the cauldron, vast and immeasurable. Pooh! The great cauldron smashed down. That elder's expression changed. He couldn't evade in time, and his bones and tendons were broken on the spot. He was struck head-on, and his body split into pieces. Flesh splattered everywhere, and a bloody mist drifted about. He was a saint king, and it was impossible for him to die from a single strike. He had all kinds of life-saving methods, so he reconstructed his body and continued to flee. Yifan arrived before him, and an intense battle unfolded. After more than 100 moves, he tore him apart. It had to be said that the elder was extremely powerful, but in the end, blood still splashed about, and he fell here. You can't do this. Blaspheming deities will be even more terrifying than death. Let me go. The child-faced young lady cried out in alarm. Unfortunately, Pang Bo remained unmoved. He ruthlessly destroyed a flower, personally cutting off her beautiful head and shattering her primordial spirit with a finger. The 3-headed, 6-armed man roared loudly. In the end, he was surrounded by Longma and a group of holy beasts. He was torn apart alive and devoured cleanly. You dare! The old woman cried out in alarm, but she still couldn't escape death. Pang Bo took action, and the demon emperor 9 slashes hacked down, hacking her into 2 halves. Blood splashed everywhere. Blasphemer, die! On this day, a vast voice transmitted from the divine realm, shaking the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. It made all living beings in the outside world tremble. Not long after, the decree of a deity flew out. More than 10 people rushed out in all directions with the decree in their hands, announcing to the world that they were going to kill a young man named Yifan together. They even carved his portrait on the notice. On this day, the whole world was shaken, and the clamor reached the heavens. Chapter 1429. The other shore was in an uproar. How many years had it been since something like this had happened? The deity was furious, actually passing down this type of decree to specifically kill a single person. The entire world was in an uproar. Regardless of whether it was the divine realm or the ancestral lands of the great races, they were all indescribably shaken. If the deity was angry, there would definitely be millions of corpses. Blood would flow like rivers, and the entire mountains and rivers would be dyed red. Just what kind of person did this man named Yi Fan need to provoke such a great deity's anger? It truly was horrifying and incomprehensible. It was clear that this was a blasphemer, moreover an unforgivable and lawless great demon. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been able to make the deity so angry. In the era of the deity's rule, he had always been peaceful and noble, the embodiment of compassion and holiness. He wasn't angry, impatient, evil, or hateful, possessing a clear and forgiving heart. Today, everyone in this world was talking about the two words Yi Fan. To be hated by the deity, it seemed like he was definitely extraordinary. Not long after, some news spread out. They said that Yi Fan was a great demon from outside this region who destroyed the divine realm's foundation and disrespected the ruler. He was the greatest heresy that had appeared since the deity's rule. 20 to 30 years ago, there was a believer who went mad. He broke off a branch of the ancient life branch and escaped from the other shore. Rumor has it that he was tempted by this demon. Why did I hear that it was because he destroyed an indistinct incarnation of the deity? Could it be that this wasn't the case? How holy and pure is the deity? Who could destroy his incarnation unless another deity appeared? It was clear that there were other reasons. He brazenly blasphemed the deity and committed great evil. Not even the deity could forgive him. The entire world seemed to have exploded. This man named Yi Fan became the focal point of heated discussions, drawing attention from all directions. Many people from the ancient lands set out to search for him. In this world, blasphemers were rarely seen. Once they appeared, it would be difficult for them to escape death and turn into ashes. Is there really a deity in this world that commands the entire world? You actually became a wanted criminal. Longma clicked his tongue and put on a look of schadenfreude. Yi Fan gave it a slap and pushed its huge head to the side. They had already left that dangerous place. Because of the several shouts, their voices were cut off by Wan Feng. The demonic elixir is quite considerable, comparable to the elixir of immortality. It actually flowed towards that huge stone coffin. I reckon that there will be a huge problem. I don't know what kind of trouble it will cause, said Yi Fan. Pangbo said, don't think about this for now. Now that you've become a heretic of this world, the divine realm has issued a decree for everyone in the world to kill you. Hurry up and think of a solution. This was a headache-inducing problem, and it was likely that it would be difficult for them to move forward in this world. No one would have thought that cutting off that faith incarnation would end up being seen through by God's main body. My Genesis technique is extraordinary. If I don't want to be exposed in this world, they can't do anything. Yi Fan wasn't worried. Pangbo shook his head and said, haven't you heard? Once a blasphemer encounters a special envoy from the god's domain, his entire body will emit demonic qi, and he will be quickly recognized. Obviously, they can sense the enemy through the power of faith, causing them to emit a phenomenon. You've killed a god before, so you'll most likely give yourself away. It's fine as long as we don't meet the god envoy, or let the god envoy die and meet the demon king, said Yi Fan. He was confident that the Xing character formula was unparalleled in the world. Yi Fan saw the back of what seemed to be Gzue from afar. He wasn't worried anymore, and felt that it was very safe there. Outsiders couldn't enter at all, and even God didn't venture too deep because of that ancient coffin. Let us thoroughly understand this world and understand the secrets of the other shore. They walked around the world and saw many local customs. Of course, they used great magic power to conceal their true appearances, and used the heaven-deceiving formation to suppress their bodies. This was to prevent different imprints from appearing due to the different power of faith. A pure-blooded descendant of the primordial demonic god appeared. His name is Xianghu, and he fought against the experts of the god's domain. He traversed hundreds of thousands of miles and left. An ascetic cultivator called Earth Corpse appeared in the burial grounds of the other shore. He swallowed corpse energy and cultivated an indestructible demonic body. His cultivation became stronger and stronger, and he was unfathomable. A goddess called Shenlong appeared, and it caused a commotion. She is suspected to be related to the primordial deities by blood. During these 2 days, all kinds of news came. Young supreme beings revealed their outstanding talents, and they shone brilliantly in this world, shaking this world. Of course, there were also young supreme beings who died, and even the great sage died. This made everyone who came from the outer realms feel gloomy, and they felt that a great calamity was about to befall them. Some hid and some took action. They used different methods to survive in this world, and they searched for what they needed. Yi Fan and the others understood a lot in the following half a month. Fortunately, they didn't meet anyone from the god's domain, and they were all safe. On this day, another shocking piece of news came. Golden Snake's sire wiped out the celestial wolf race, cleansing them with blood. The entire cliff was dyed red with blood, and he created a boundless killing calamity. Now, all the races were moving out, and they were chasing after him. They're crazy, actually so cruel. Aren't they afraid of the wrath of the heavens? They kill without reason, and they have no principles. Pang Bo was shocked when he received this news. In less than 10 days, the 3 sire of the Golden Snake race attacked crazily again, completely wiping out the Silver Horn race. There were more than 100,000 people in the race, and there was no lack of Saint Kings. Not a single one escaped this bloody calamity, and they were all massacred. In that place, there were mountains of corpses and lakes of blood. Gloomy mist enshrouded the place, and the clouds were gloomy and gloomy. It was unbearable to look at. Forget about the natives, even Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others were furious. This kind of senseless killing was truly bloody and cruel to the extreme. What exactly did these 3 snakes want to do? The god's domain hadn't even sent down a decree, yet the supreme experts of the various races had already taken action, chasing after them to eliminate this evil. However, the 3 Golden Snake race brothers didn't stop. Several days later, they committed the crime again, cleansing the fire leopard race in blood. Not a single one of the tens of thousands of people were able to escape. Their methods were so cruel that it made one's hair stand on end. What are they doing here? They're risking universal condemnation, and they're so vicious and evil. Could it be that they're tired of living? Do they want to bring about their own destruction, and force themselves into a hopeless situation? Pang Bo was puzzled. This didn't seem like something a normal person would do. Yi Fan and the others set out, secretly watching the 3 sire of the Golden Snake race massacre the 3 great races. Yi Fan didn't hesitate to use the ancient observation technique of the Vedas, tracing back to the origin to investigate. He came to a conclusion that the 3 brothers of the Golden Snake race were cultivating a terrifying demonic technique, and they needed a large amount of blood from experts to break through. Flying Serpent Soul Transformation, it must be this technique, said the Blue Phoenix Saint. He had heard of the heaven-defying inheritance of the Flying Serpent race. This kind of technique required the absorption of a large amount of blood and spirit. It was equivalent to using the embryonic fruit of countless creatures to complete oneself. According to legend, the Flying Serpent Soul Transformation was a divine snake's metamorphosis, rebirth, and transformation into a serpent god. Of course, this was just an exaggeration. The true meaning was that this kind of metamorphosis would erupt in both quantity and quality at the same time. Once it was successful, it would be equivalent to being reborn. Ordinary snakes shed their skin, but the Golden Snake race shed their spirit power and spirit power. It could be called the transformation of the primordial spirit. It strengthened the primordial spirit, which in turn nourished the body, allowing it to advance by leaps and bounds. It had only been a month, and the 3 Langjuns of the Golden Snake race were notorious. They were second only to Yi Fan, and countless people wanted to get rid of them. Yi Fan was stunned. He had only killed a god's incarnation, but the 3 Langjuns of the Golden Snake race massacred a few races, and yet they were still ranked below him. It was incomprehensible that he was the leader of the evil. The blasphemer's sins are grave. It involves the divine realm, and even if they aren't the most evil, they have to be ranked first, Pang Bo laughed. This was the information they obtained after a detailed investigation. Yi Fan's situation was even more dangerous than the Langjuns of the Golden Snake race. It would be fine if he was not discovered, but once he was, the whole world would kill him. They are insane. The 3 Golden Snakes massacred another race. More than 300,000 people were all killed. From the saints to the babies, they were all turned into a pool of blood. Everyone shouted. They wanted to kill the 3 Langjuns of the Golden Snake race immediately, but they had an ancestral instrument on them. The flying serpent formation could break through the heavens, and they could come and go as they pleased. Even the great sage could not trap them. On this day, the Knights of the Divine Hall were mobilized. This was an army of gods that had disappeared for thousands of years. They specialized in killing demons and were the strongest force dispatched by the divine realm. However, when the army of gods appeared, their first target was actually Yi Fan. They wanted to get rid of the #1 evil first and kill him. Pang Bo was dumbfounded and said, "These 3 long worms killed people indiscriminately and caused endless bloodshed, but they were always ranked second. It's fine if their evil name spread far and wide, but they also elevated Yi Fan, the #1 evil person, even higher. They did it on purpose. The 3 snakes of the Golden Snake race are sinister and vicious," Longma said in shock. The dragon horse exclaimed in shock, voicing its own judgment. It felt that the 3 Golden Snake brothers might have started out to cultivate demonic techniques. Later, when they saw the extraordinary ranking of the blasphemers, they purposely made a bloody move to elevate Yi Fan, this evil person, even higher. The Black Bear Saint said, "You are overthinking it. Although these 3 golden snakes are vicious, they would not harm others without benefiting themselves. Doing this is also very dangerous for them." Longma was a conspiracy theorist who lived up to his name. He believed that the 3 golden snakes were vicious and could harm others while cultivating. They were cruel, ruthless, and hateful. The wind blew, and the leaves fell. In a mountainous region, there was a kind of autumn chilliness that made people feel cold. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Longma, and the others were intercepted. After more than a month of peace, this was the first time they encountered an enemy. Moreover, it was not a weakling, but an extremely powerful one. There was a tall and sturdy figure on a huge boulder. His hair was grayish-brown, and he emitted a terrifying aura. He was like a great sage who could devour the mountains and rivers. He actually has such an extraordinary aura among the Saint Kings. His understanding of the Tao has surpassed his realm. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat as he revealed a solemn expression. Suddenly, this person turned around. It was a tall old man, but his body did not lack vitality. It flickered with a bronze luster, and his tendons were like dragons and snakes. His grayish-brown hair and terrifying silver pupils showed that he was very old. He was a terrifying Saint King, and he was standing on the peak of the final glory of his life. Looking at the state of his vitality, he would begin to enter his old age in a few years, and he would go downhill. Strange. Such a terrifying Saint King seems to have an extraordinary comprehension of the Tao. Why has he stopped here and has not broken through to the great sage realm? Yi Fan did not understand, because this person was just too extraordinary. This old man was the same realm as Yi Fan, also a Saint King on the 5th heaven. His aura was like the ocean, unfathomable. His eyes were cold and emotionless as he stared at Yi Fan's group. 4 figures rushed over from afar. All of them had profound powers and powerful auras. Their vitality was like an ocean, extremely terrifying. These 4 people were all Saint Kings, and they were extremely powerful. 2 of them were at the 6th heaven of Saint Kings, while the other 2 were at the 7th heaven of Saint Kings. Their realms were even higher than the gray-haired old man. However, they stood behind the old man with respect, taking him as their leader. They did not dare to take even half a step forward. The 5 experts had personally arrived. Among them, the gray-haired old man was extraordinary. He had an unfathomable aura that could suppress the world, and even those with higher realms than him felt reverence. This was the first army of the Divine Hall. Only 5 people had been dispatched, but because of this old man, they seemed to be able to wipe out all enemies. "You're the blasphemer, Yi Fan?" the old man asked. "Who are you?" Yi Fan asked back. "This is a Saint King rarely seen in our god realm since ancient times. He's the 2nd in the universe," one of the Divine Hall Knights said. He had an unconcealable respect for the old man. "What do you mean?" Longma asked. "He's invincible in the Saint King realm, and he's only been defeated once in his life. That's why he's called the 2nd in the universe," one of them said proudly. The old man stopped him and said, "He was defeated once when he was young, and he never improved again. He's just a cripple." Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and Longma were all alarmed. This was definitely a terrifying person. No matter how they looked at it, his spiritual realm seemed to be very transcendent, far surpassing the saint kings they'd seen before. First demon, since you've blasphemed the gods, don't blame us for being ruthless. In this battle, the weak will bleed and die with their heads cut off. The strong will sing proudly. The person who came was very straightforward. He didn't want to say anything else and was about to attack. However, Longma didn't want to do this. He said, "Have you all been brainwashed? There's no God. You've cultivated to such a level, and you still believe in such things? In your eyes, what is a true deity? Could it be that it is immortal and unbreakable, imperishable through 10,000 tribulations?" One of them shouted, "First demon, come and fight." Behind the old man, the 4 divine hall knights stepped forward and were ready to attack. Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had been promoted from an extraterrestrial demon to the first demon. Even if the 3 Langjuns of the Golden Snake race massacred a few major races, it wasn't as serious as the crime of blasphemy. The gray-brown-haired old man was a man of few words. He almost didn't speak at all. He was incomparably cold. His silver pupils flickered with cold light as he stared at Yifan. He was about to fight. A terrifying storm arose in the field. The old man hadn't even moved, but the space here was already distorted. Time seemed to have frozen. It was shocking. He was clearly on the 5th layer of the Saint King realm, but he had the temperament of a great sage. In the domain of enlightenment, he had reached a height that ordinary people couldn't reach. He was a peerless opponent. Yifan's expression was solemn. He didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. In today's world, ever since he comprehended the Tao, he was confident that he could be said to be unrivaled in the same realm. However, he didn't dare to be careless when facing this old man. This kind of aura was extremely dangerous. It was too terrifying. Boom! A great battle erupted. Yifan faced off against the gray magic old man. As expected, he had encountered a great enemy. This was clearly a person who was about to go into seclusion. However, at this moment, he was like a dragon or tiger leaping about, vigorous and powerful. The old man slapped out with his palm. The heavens collapsed and the earth split. The great Tao rumbled. He was exceptionally powerful. Yifan suspected that he had encountered an imperial prince. Otherwise, how could he be so astonishing? This was a rare opponent. Although they were at the same realm, there were times when his comprehension of the great sage's Tao was mixed in. This kind of attack made even Yifan's heart jump. It was too ferocious and tyrannical. Just who was this person? He was actually known as the second under the starry sky. On the other side, Pang Bo Longma and the other 12 saints encountered a great enemy. They were also trapped in the battlefield. Although there were 3 people on the other side, they were all saint kings of high realms. Their blood chi surged into the sky. Boom! It was another ordinary attack. It wasn't some rare ancient secret technique. The gray-haired old man only pushed out with his palm, but it was accompanied by the sound of the cry of heavenly Tao. It turned the rotten into the miraculous. It was shocking. Yifan was greatly shaken. He began to doubt his identity more and more. This kind of person was really too powerful. At this realm, he displayed a portion of the great sage's Tao fruit and profound mysteries. And this was only Yifan. If it was any other saint king, they might not be able to withstand 2 or 3 moves and would immediately be smashed into meat paste. Chi! 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 Suddenly, 3 streaks of resplendent golden light appeared. 3 golden snakes that were several zhang in length flew over like 3 golden divine spears. They went straight for Yifan. Shameless long worms, I knew that you all were sinister and vicious. You actually appeared at this time, harboring evil intentions and had long since planned this. Aren't you afraid that the divine realms people will eliminate you first? Longma shouted. Chapter 1430. The Zhang-Long golden snake bodies were resplendent and sharp. They were like 3 golden divine spears that tore through the air, directly aiming for Yifan's back. The scarlet snake tongues spat out. It could be said to be a true viper's kiss. This was a fatal attack. The 3 golden snakes arrived at the critical moment. They didn't hesitate to expose themselves before the divine realm to deal with Yifan. They were extremely daring. At this moment, Yifan was fighting an intense battle with the gray-haired elder. This was a peerless and extremely terrifying opponent. He was different from everyone he'd met before. This person's realm wasn't high, But he had the aura of the great sage. Even a simple attack contained the laws of the world. It had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. Boom! Yi Fan had to deal with the 3 golden snakes while dealing with the enemy. He turned around and used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to shatter the air and block the 3 golden spears. The 3 golden snakes were extremely powerful. Their bodies were shrouded in a monstrous bloody aura. They dodged Yi Fan's punch and faced it coldly, ready to attack at any time. Pang Bo, Longma, and the others were furious. The Golden Snake tribe was cruel and cruel. They'd killed so many people recently and finally appeared in front of them again to add insult to injury. Long Worm, you're despicable and shameless. Aren't you afraid of getting burned by playing with fire? Pang Bo yelled. The 3 golden snakes dared to appear before the divine realm. They were truly daring. Everything they did was to kill them. We've been waiting for this moment for a long time. We won't join the battle.
We'll only help from the outside, the 3 golden Langjuns said coldly.
The 3 Langjuns of the Golden Tribe were all cold-blooded. This was the opportunity they'd found. They didn't hesitate to expose themselves to eliminate their opponents. They were almost crazy. During this process, the masters of the divine realm were very calm and didn't say anything. They attacked even more fiercely, wanting to take them down as soon as possible. In particular, the battle between Yi Fan and the gray-haired elder was earth-shattering. Ghosts cried and gods howled. Both of them were peerless masters. It was hard to find a match on 5th heaven. They fought crazily. Their hair was all messed up. Images of demons and gods appeared around them. Blood rained and ghosts howled. It was as if the gates of hell had opened. The intensity and cruelty of this battle far exceeded everyone's imagination. Yi Fan's expression was solemn. He used all his techniques, but the tall and sturdy old man was like a monolith, standing tall from beginning to end, pressuring people to the point that they couldn't breathe. The title of number 2 under the starry skies wasn't an undeserved reputation, truly transcending the world, even greater than the well-known figures of young supreme beings, exceptionally powerful and terrifying. He had a terrifying breathing technique. Every time he did so, there would be a rumbling sound of thunder coming from his body. It was as if he could predict the enemy's movements. Every attack was very targeted, as if he was waving the great path in battle. This was an opponent that made people despair. He was one with the world, and he could destroy the stars and sink the moon with a single strike. This was something that was rarely seen in this era. Yi Fan was evenly matched with him. He had encountered many formidable enemies in his many years of cultivation, but this was the first time he had encountered such a strange opponent. Not only did he possess a supreme offensive power that could turn something rotten into something magical, but he also possessed a powerful spiritual pressure that surpassed the suppression of his physical body and secret arts. Strands of spiritual power distorted time and space, making people feel oppressed and on the verge of splitting apart. Chi! The 3 Langjuns of the Golden Snake race attacked from time to time, and every attack was aimed at a vital point. Yi Fan had no choice but to defend, which naturally messed up his rhythm. Distractions were the most taboo in a battle of life and death. If an ordinary person was disturbed like this, they would be killed by the gray-haired old man, which would seriously affect the battle. The 3 Langjuns of the Golden Snake race were the most terrifying figures. Any one of them could stir up a reign of terror, let alone all 3 of them attacking together. Yi Fan's situation was worrying. He was fighting a life-and-death battle with a transcendent ferocious person, and the other 3 experts were eyeing him like tigers watching their prey. They could strike at any time, making it impossible for him to defend. Roar! Pang Bo let out a long roar, and 5 of the 9 slashes of the demon god were swung out at once. The 2 opponents in front of him were drenched in blood, and they almost died. He rushed over and attacked the golden snake Saburo, wanting to save Yi Fan from his predicament. The god's domain is just a... How dare you collude with the demons that you speak of and deceive the world? What kind of god are you? I think you are all mountain elves and ghosts. You are not worthy to be seen in public, Longma mocked. The 2 people who were fighting with them looked terrible. They launched their strongest attacks and glanced at the 3 Langjuns of the Golden Snake race from time to time. They were also the demons from the extraterrestrial realm that they wanted to kill. Calm down and kill the enemies, the gray-haired old man said calmly. There were only 4 words, and there was nothing else. The 4 experts were shocked and calmed down. This old man was too calm. Even though there was a group of people from the third party,
and they were also demons from the extraterrestrial realm, he did not fight against them and wanted to kill Yi Fan. There was no need for him to change the situation, and he could just kill the enemies. Pang Bo fought against the Langjuns of the Golden Snake race, but the three of them did not want to get too bogged down. They launched an attack with all their strength, and Pang Bo spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew backward and returned to the battlefield of the Knights of the Divine Hall. "You don't have to worry about me," Yi Fan shouted. His roar was so loud that it shook the sky and the earth. A gust of clear air appeared above his head. It was the ancient technique of one turning into three pure ones. After the Taoist body broke free from the body, it went straight to the three golden snakes. At this time, Yi Fan launched an indiscriminate attack. The real body and the Taoist body used the golden treasure at the same time. The two of them, one yin and one yang, were in two different directions, sandwiching the gray-haired old man and the three Langjuns of the golden snake race in the middle. Thousands of bells, towers, celestial swords, precious mirrors, and Tianluo umbrellas danced in the air. All of them seemed to be made of gold, and they attacked the four supreme venerables together. Without a doubt, this was a peerless attack. It was so sharp that it was impossible to defend against it. The golden weapons danced in the air as if they had flown from countless years ago. The gray-haired old man was shocked and said, "What is your relationship with the elder who rode the bull 2,000 years ago?" As soon as he said this, even the four experts of the Divine Hall who were fighting with Pang Bo and the others were shocked. They almost bled from Pang Bo's attacks again. In the past, too many things had happened. The elder who rode the bull entered the forbidden areas of the Nirvana realm alone. The outside world didn't know, but they knew that the elder who rode the bull 2,000 years ago was mysterious and unpredictable. He had entered the divine realm and visited their gods. The divine elders who were alive at that time were extremely afraid of him. The gray-haired old man calmed down. He was like an abyss and an ocean again. Unfathomable. Light appeared under his feet, and he looked like a Buddha. He stepped on a golden lotus and instantly turned into 8 ancient gods. They were horrifying, and they pressed down on Yi Fan. Of course, there was a gap between the strength of the Dharmakaya and the real body. It was not as scary as Yi Fan's Taoist body, but it was enough to shock the world. The 4 Langjuns of the Golden Snake race also let out a light shout. Their foreheads shone brightly, and they used the flying serpent ancient technique of transforming into God. They wanted to forcefully increase their combat power and reach a saturation point in an instant. They wanted to kill Yi Fan with one blow. Moreover, a corner of the formation appeared on the top of their heads. They could fly out at any time, and they wanted to kill everyone at the scene at the critical moment. Boom! Suddenly, at this moment, 2 torrents of blood energy appeared. They surged over like a vast ocean and joined the battlefield. They also attacked Yi Fan. One of the ancient beasts was exceptionally terrifying. Its whole body was covered in bloody light, and it was unknown how many creatures it had devoured. Its scales were dense, and it was extremely terrifying. It was the heaven-devouring beast. He also arrived at this critical moment, and he wanted to kill Yi Fan. The heaven-devouring beast had a huge body. It was an ancient beast that had cultivated for thousands of years and could directly devour planets. For all kinds of creatures, this was a type of primordial demonic god, and it was a rare species since ancient times. Its appearance made the battle even more terrifying, and Yi Fan's situation was even more worrying. His real body and Taoist body charged left and right, and they fought a bloody battle with so many supreme experts. Boom! Pang Bo fought with everything he had. His eyes flickered, and he used the 9 slashes of the demon monarch to its limit. He cut down 2 of his opponents, and blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the ground red. This scene shocked the others. One had to know that these were the commanders of the divine army, and they were the most terrifying group of people in the divine hall. Otherwise, how could they follow beside the gray-haired elder and become his right-hand men? They were not inferior to the young supreme experts of the outer realms. Kill! Pang Bo rushed over, bathed in blood, and joined the battle on Yi Fan's side. How hateful! Back then, I obtained the inheritance of ancestor Longma in the ancient demonic emperor tomb, and now I'm suffering from it. I can't refine that dragon blood crystal core, or else it wouldn't be like this. Longma sighed. As for the other 12 saints, they were still relatively calm. After all, they were a few small realms lower than their opponents, and it was already very powerful that they could fight until now. Not everyone was like Yi Fan, who was non-human and could continuously break through. Although the 12 saints were extraordinary, they were still within the scope of miracles that could be interpreted. They were real people with flesh and blood, and not heaven-defying immortals. This was normal for them. People like Yi Fan could be described as phenomenal, and were rarely seen since ancient times. "Let's go!" Yi Fan shouted, and the heavens and the earth moved as he displayed his strongest battle power. The golden divine treasure, 5-colored divine light, and the secret technique of magnetism were dazzling. Then, he opened up a vision, and a terrifying aura filled the sky. His true body and Tao body were synchronized, like one yin and one yang. The various ancient techniques and visions were symmetrical, forming a terrifying divine diagram here, and its power was multiplied. He tore apart the battlefield and called out to Pang Bo to charge out together. Then, he brought the 12 saints and charged into the distance. The enemies had all appeared, and they couldn't fight to the death here. Roar! Golden Snake's roar shattered the heaven and earth, and a corner of the formation diagram appeared on the top of 4th Longjuan's head. He called out to his 2 brothers, wanting to combine the 4 diagrams and destroy Yi Fan. Golden Snake First Langjun shook his head coldly. At this moment, all kinds of people had appeared, and he didn't want to stand out. He could chase and kill as much as he wanted, but at the crucial moment, he still had to use the formation diagram to wipe out the others. At the same time, he had some misgivings. Golden Snake's second Langjun had used a corner of the formation diagram to fight against Yi Fan, but he had died. The other party most likely had some terrifying ancestral weapon on him. Yi Fan and the others broke out of the encirclement, and several great enemies chased after them. Every one of them could make the earth tremble when they jumped out, but now, they were chasing after them at the same time. Clang! Suddenly, a metallic luster shot into the sky in front of them. Giant divine thorns shot up from the ground and pierced through the sky, almost nailing Yi Fan and Longma to the vault of heaven. A metallic beast blocked the way and coldly ascended into the sky. It was the gold-eating beast. Recently, its cultivation had improved again, and it had devoured many divine weapons and divine materials, so its battle power was even more terrifying. Yi Fan was fighting with all his might. Now, if gods blocked his way, he would kill gods. If Buddha blocked his way, he would kill Buddha. Once he was blocked, the enemies behind him would come together, and he would be in danger. Wang! Within the endless streaks of radiance, Yi Fan's palm slapped forward, striking until the gold-eating beast's arm deformed. If it was flesh, it would definitely explode, but he had a metal body. Only, the luster became a bit dimmer. However, a cut appeared on Yi Fan's right palm as well, drops of blood trickling out. This left Pang Bo and the others shocked. It could actually injure Yi Fan's body. This was something that had never happened before. Black patterned gold. Yi Fan's expression became serious. There was a black thorn between the gold-eating beast's palm and fingers, a black dragon coiled around it. It was cold and incomparably intimidating. Wait until I devour the true metal immortal material, and then I will definitely send you on your way. The gold-eating beast said coldly. Unfortunately, you will never have that chance. I will remember today. In the future, all of you will die. There is only one so-called supreme being. The rest will all turn to ashes. Yi Fan said calmly. It was clear that this was a premeditated encirclement. The golden snake, heaven-devouring beast, and gold-eating beast harbored malicious intentions, wishing to use this chance to eliminate Yi Fan. Chapter 1431. The gold-eating beast was a powerful expert that ordinary people couldn't compare to. Even its body couldn't be broken. At most it would deform. It possessed extremely high battle prowess and rarely had a worthy opponent. Now it was blocking Yi Fan's path, causing Pang Bo and the others to be filled with murderous intent. However, there was no time to fight. The group behind them had caught up. Once they were trapped, the consequences would be unthinkable. Let's go! Yi Fan shouted. This was a fierce battle. Although Yi Fan and the others were fleeing, they didn't panic. After several fierce confrontations, they killed a bloody path into the distance. In the end, they killed their way out of the encirclement. When this matter spread out, the effects were tremendous. Regardless of whether it was the natives or the experts from outside this region, they all deeply understood Yi Fan's bravery. Even the experts from the divine realm and many young supreme beings working together couldn't stop him. The great demon Yi Fan is truly difficult to provoke. Even the divine army was dispatched, but he still escaped.
How inconceivable! Have you heard who came from the divine realm?
It's the heaven-subduing Saint Monarch Yen Chongtian, the second under the heavens. Even he couldn't stop that person. This demon from the outer realms can really be called the number one under the heavens. After this battle, Yi Fan's reputation became even more famous. Paramithra saw him as the number one demon. It was inconceivable that a blasphemer could survive until now. However, the consequences of this battle were also terrifying. Apart from the heaven-subduing Saint Monarch Yen Chongtian, an even more terrifying character had appeared. A divine elder had walked out from the divine realm. His realm had reached the great sage realm. He wanted to personally kill the demon and the great evils like Yi Fan and Golden Snake Monarch. Moreover, the experts from the outer realms were also acting strangely. For example, the Stoneman Holy Spirit was searching for Yi Fan with the immortal Tier ruler. The ancient race's great sage was also doing the same. They wanted to eliminate him in this world. In the depths of the great wilderness, there were mountain ranges, tall cliffs, and thousands of zhang-tall precipices. The cries of apes and roars of tigers could be heard. Yi Fan and the others sensed the killing intent of this world. That was why they went into hiding, entering the depths of a mountain range, quietly cultivating Dao techniques, comprehending ancient methods, temporarily leaving the mortal world. This was a mountain valley that was exceptionally quiet. There was almost no sound. There was a cold pond in the valley. The water was clear, but when one looked down, it was pitch black, the bottom unfathomable. Longma was very annoying. He stretched out a hoof and put it down. He grimaced on the spot, as if he was being pricked by needles. He quickly withdrew his hoof, and a thick layer of ice formed on his hoof, freezing him to the bone. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been frozen and shattered. Clearly, the cold pond was not ordinary. What was strange was that there was a magma hole in the neighboring valley. It wasn't a volcano, and it was level with the ground. Scorching liquid surged from it. The golden lion had previously given it a try. That type of flame was extremely hot, almost able to burn Dao Severers to death. It was clear that this wasn't an ordinary place. This place really isn't ordinary. Look, the mountain ridge between the two valleys. Doesn't it look like a horned dragon? Pang Bo pointed downwards from midair. Correct. This is a natural yin-yang diagram. If I arrange it here, the heavenly origin divine formation will be displayed to its peak, allowing us to cultivate in peace. Yi Fan said to himself. He produced a few formation cores, arranging them between the two valleys. He carefully arranged them, engraving golden formations one after another. This place became their place of residence. Then, he arranged Great Emperor Wu Shi's heaven-deceiving formation, completely making this place disappear from the world, returning to nothingness. You all can cultivate here in peace, endure for a period of time, and in the future, you can go to any place under the heavens. Yi Fan said. He produced a Bodhi tree, planting it in the valley. Because of the ancient celestial being's life-spring divine liquid, this type of divine tree grew vigorously. The entire tree was green, sparkling and replete with moisture. When the leaves moved, great Dao rumbling sounds would be released, as if someone was chanting sutras. Aren't you going to stay here? Where are you going? Pang Bo frowned. I want to go out for a walk. I have an origin technique that can change the world, making it difficult for others to recognize me. Yi Fan said. His cultivation wasn't as simple as going into seclusion. Perfecting the scriptures needed to be done slowly, and it couldn't be done in one go. Your great Dao injury. Pang Bo was worried. The Dao injury was caused by cultivating the 4 extreme secret realms. As long as my scriptures are complete and I cultivate to the peak, it won't be a problem, Yi Fan replied. Boom! On that day, the divine realm shook violently. An ancient and vast divine sense swept out, rushing to the other shore. This kind of aura was vast and majestic, like the sun and moon falling, like the stars shining brightly, illuminating the world. A holy and divine aura flowed, making everyone feel reverence. A miracle! God has appeared in the world. The supreme ruler of the divine realm descended, and all races kowtowed. There wasn't a single one who wasn't in awe, and they were all trembling with fear. This was a vast power of faith that originated from the divine realm. It resonated with the statues of the various races in the world, rumbling and sweeping through the universe, swallowing the mountains and rivers. His body split into millions,
and the power of faith he obtained was broken down at this moment, rushing to all parts of the world. God had personally made a move, searching for Yi Fan to kill the demons from the outer realms. As soon as Yi Fan stepped out of the valley, he felt the flowing lights and vibrant colors between heaven and earth. He was deeply shocked. He had seen this kind of majestic power of faith at Mount Meru. He didn't expect this world to have it too. Since ancient times, the divine realm had absorbed the power of faith from all living beings year after year, accumulating an ocean-like divine power of faith. And now, the current god only used a portion of what he had, and his aura swallowed the mountains and rivers, sweeping in all directions. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Yi Fan was glad that he was well prepared. He had already carved the heaven-deceiving formation to hide his aura, so he wasn't sensed by this pure power of faith. He immediately went back the way he came, rushing into the Yinyang Valley, sealing off the passage to the outside world. What? That god has come out, and he might far surpass the great sage? Pang Bo and the others were shocked. In their opinion, the ruler of the divine realm was most likely the great sage's peak unrivaled existence, holding an emperor weapon in his hand. That was why he could command the world and kill the great sage. Now it seemed that he had surpassed this category. I don't dare say it's definitely the quasi-emperor, but it's most likely that he's already taken a step forward. He's truly peerless. Yi Fan revealed a solemn expression. In the outside world, heaven and earth were turned upside down. God walked out of the divine realm, letting the power of faith he had obtained spread throughout the world, communicating with each and every one of his people, searching for the blasphemer. Something's wrong. What does the blasphemer have on him that made even God unable to sit still in the divine realm and descend to the world? What exactly is the reason? It shouldn't be as simple as an incarnation being killed. Many old antiques in the ancestral lands of the major races were puzzled. People didn't believe that with God's supreme dignity, he would go to war for a saint king. There must be a secret that no one knew. The myriad chi cauldron. That person has the embryonic form of a supreme weapon. If it falls into the hands of God, it might become a divine weapon in the future. Not only that, but that person also knows how to collect the power of faith. He's a demonic god, and it was precisely the power of faith within the cauldron that destroyed the incarnation of God. Such a person cannot be allowed to grow. Such news spread in the divine realm, causing a huge uproar. There were even more people on the other side looking for Yi Fan, wanting to offer him as a gift to God. However, for several days, the number one demon, Yi Fan, was nowhere to be found. It was as if he had evaporated from the world. This shook the world. God walked out of the divine realm and used the power of faith, yet he couldn't find the demon in the outer realm. This didn't conform to common sense. Boom! The heavens fell and the earth cracked. Divine light shone resplendently, and a bloody mist rushed into the sky from a great wasteland. The heavenly hound great sage was killed in battle, wiped out by God. He was a great sage that stood side by side with the gray flood dragon and the golden toad. There was no need to doubt his strength, but he couldn't resist God's might and was wiped out completely. This shocked the people from the outer realm. This wasn't the first time a great sage was killed. Could it be that this god could truly become unrivaled under the starry skies? For a moment, the world was silent. The heroes that descended from the outer realm kept quiet out of fear. God couldn't be defeated by force. 8 days later, a mass grave exploded. The other great sage hiding here was killed. Fresh blood dyed this place red, and he also came from the outer realm. The other side was greatly shaken, and the world was in an uproar. Everyone was indescribably shaken, and the believers of God prostrated themselves in worship. The 4 seas were shocked, and they sighed at the power of a supreme being like God. However, after half a month had passed, a fact couldn't help but cause people to think. God came out, but he still couldn't find the blasphemer. What is going on? God is omnipotent and resonates with all living things. His divine might engulfed the world, so why can't he find that blasphemer? A month passed, and Yi Fan still hadn't been found. There was no news at all, and he couldn't be discovered. This made everyone on the other side even more puzzled. What is going on? Why can't he be killed? God is supreme, and a single thought can move the world. Why can't he even find a demon from the outer realm? Everyone was full of doubt, and all types of doubts appeared in their hearts. 2 months later, the demon disappeared, and the god returned to the divine realm. A strange atmosphere appeared under the heavens. Could it be that the god has reached his old age? I've heard that once the divine senses weaken, it is the time for the old and new gods to replace each other. A rumor spread throughout the world, triggering a great shock and panic. The god was furious. He stepped out of the divine realm again and displayed his boundless divine might. He wiped out the clan that spread the rumor, making everyone tremble in fear. At the same time, he walked outside for more than 10 days in search of the blasphemer, but it was still to no avail. When the god returned to the divine realm, the rumor started again. Some people secretly said that the god was really old and might pass away in the next few years. The various clans should make plans early to pay respect to the new god. Moreover, at this time, the world's #1 demon, Yi Fan, appeared once again. He rampaged through the world, proving to the people that he was still alive and that the god couldn't do anything to him. The world was in an uproar. The gods heard the news and went out. The mountains and rivers in all directions trembled, but they still didn't find anything. This time, there was no need for others to spread the rumor. The various clans were already shaken, feeling that the god might not have much time left. He didn't have the divine senses of the past and didn't have long to live. A new god will be born, and the god will become a thing of the past. When this news came out, the other side of the god shook violently. The entire world was in turmoil, and the power of faith became unstable. The light that was sent to the divine realm decreased sharply, and the most direct changes happened. The god had a premonition. He walked out of the divine realm with the divine weapon in hand, suppressing the heaven and earth. He entered one clan after another, wanting to suppress the general situation and protect his own fate. However, just as the god was walking the world, the foreign demon, Yi Fan, appeared again. He was less than 10,000 li away from the god and disappeared in a flash. Many people saw him and the news spread throughout the world. The god can't do it. He really doesn't have long to live. There is no sense within 10,000 li. I think the true supreme god is about to be born, and we should establish him. The old god is about to die. This is a cycle of change and reincarnation. He doesn't have long to live, so we should consider establishing a new divine statue to worship. Rumors spread everywhere, shaking the world. Not to mention the outside world, even the divine realm was filled with a strange atmosphere. There were many people operating in the dark, and the atmosphere was so oppressive that it made people feel suffocated. In the following 10 years, the glory of the god became more and more dim, because blasphemers would jump out from time to time. It was no longer just Yi Fan. Many people appeared one after another. And of course, he was still the most outstanding. He was free and unfettered outside for 10 years, but he was still living well. In reality, Yi Fan didn't go out to provoke them and always hid in the valley. He felt the smell of a conspiracy. Someone was targeting the god, and it was definitely a great upheaval and world-shocking terror. 10 years could change many things. Half of the people in the world thought that the god couldn't do it anymore and was about to pass away. He welcomed a terrifying old age. After 10 years, the power of faith that the god could obtain decreased to the lowest level, and it was extremely chaotic. There were many distracting thoughts, as if a dynasty was about to end and collapse. Chapter 1432. How many decades could a mortal have in their life? When they looked back, wrinkles had already crept up their faces, writing down the traces of time. Beauty turned into white hair, and youth flowed away like water. 10 years really wasn't a short period of time. It played an important role in a person's life. It could be unforgettable, glorious, or sad. The lifespan of cultivators was relatively long. 10 years might be just a snap of the fingers, and it might not cause any waves in the trajectory of life. However, the 10 years on the other side were different for the heroes. These 10 years were destined to be unforgettable for deities. He was high up above, and he was the sole ruler of the world. However, after 10 years, his situation was worrying. The entire world was discussing that his life had reached its end and that he wouldn't be able to keep it. The supreme deity would replace his position and come into being. This kind of rumor shook his foundation and position. The most direct and obvious effect was the weakening of his faith and the sharp decline of his divine power. The outside world wouldn't understand what this power of faith meant to him. Once he lost it, he might truly fall from the altar and lose his ruling position. However, even if he moved out and displayed his divine might to sweep across the other side, it wouldn't change anything. Rumors spread everywhere. The death of the divine general had already taken root in people's hearts. Many people believed that he really couldn't make it anymore and had entered his twilight years. These factors overlapped and produced terrifying results. The faith wasn't pure and vast anymore. The divine ring outside his body was no longer as resplendent and could even be described as dim. Only when he used his origin would there be light that covered the sky and earth. Now, not to mention the outside world, even some of the hall masters, divine elders, and Tao protectors in the divine realm were shaken. They believed that he might truly be entering his twilight years. My divine might is matchless, sweeping through the heavens and 10,000 regions, unmatched. Who can resist me? The deity was furious to the extreme. A single person roared from the high and remote divine altar, making the entire divine domain tremble intensely. No one responded. The vast divine realm was deathly silent. From this, it could be seen that the hearts of the people in the divine realm weren't steady. Many people were silent. They thought they saw some clues and began to seriously consider things. I stand on the altar. Who can resist me? I am the peak of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The deity shouted. He almost went crazy because he had a premonition. He stared coldly at the void high up above. The divine altar was grand and imposing, even taller than a towering mountain peak. Both him and the divine altar released an unbreakable divine light, resplendent and dazzling, overlooking everything under the sky. No one replied to him. He was the only one who looked disdainfully at the surroundings. His heroic bearing was matchless, and he emanated an aura that made even the heavens tremble. This was truly like a peerless divine lord, but now, it made people doubt his ruling position. The divine altar looked as if it was cast from divine gold. It was extremely tall and majestic, releasing endless light. The pressure it exuded was endless. There were ancient trees everywhere, and there was a winding bluestone path. One of the most loyal maids walked along the small path, trembling with fear. She knelt down and kowtowed towards the divine altar, saying, "Your Majesty, even if your divine might is matchless, you should still be careful of the heartless years. You should make plans early." Are you also suspecting that I can't make it anymore? Deity shouted loudly. His entire body released endless radiance, the resplendent divine ring around his body rising and falling like an ocean, surging downwards. With a pu sound, that servant girl turned into a bloody mist that scattered with the wind, thus disappearing. Rumble. In the distance, enormous divine statues released rumbling sounds one after another, trembling intensely. These were left behind by past deities who passed away in meditation, as if they had sensed something. An aged voice sounded, saying, "Deity Supreme Ruler, there is nothing you can't do, but in the end, you still can't stop the passage of time. Even with supreme artifacts, it is difficult to stop reincarnation." The deity's expression became even more cold. Light swirled in his eyes, shooting down from the resplendent divine altar, but he couldn't find his target. The divine realm was immediately greatly shaken, and almost everyone's expression became alarmed. Was there someone who was going to challenge the dignity of a deity? Perhaps a new supreme deity was about to be born. The surroundings were silent, and there was no longer any sound. The entire world seemed to have lost its sound, and it was deathly silent. Jumping clowns, in my eyes, you are nothing more than chickens and dogs, unable to take a single blow. If you dare appear, then all of you will be crushed. The dignified voice of a deity rang through the divine realm, making everyone tremble. This type of boundless divine might made everyone feel his power. He was like an unapproachable monument that towered eternally above the divine altar, suppressing all directions. The divine realm entered a state of tranquility. After who knew how much time had passed, the deity's gaze shifted towards the most sacred place in the divine realm. There was an ancient mountain there that flowed with life force. No one could approach it, and upon closer inspection, it was even more majestic than the divine altar. This was the ancient life mountain, the most restricted area in the divine realm. No one could set foot here, and normally, there was a supreme artifact protecting it. Only deities could sleep there. On top of the mountain, mists swirled about. Essence energy flowed like a small river, and all types of radiance flowed down. On top of the ancient divine mountain, there was a type of ancient life tree. Its trunk was rough, and the bark was cracked like pieces of dragon scales. The branches stretched out boldly, and the leaves on the tree were emerald green and sparkling. They flickered with radiance, as if they were cast from dark green immortal gold, dazzling and dazzling. The life essence energy was thick to the point where it couldn't be dispersed, making this place incomparably divine. As soon as one approached, it was as if they were going to sprout wings and ascend. All of the pores on their bodies opened up, pouring life essence inside. I still have the ancient life tree. Who can deprive me of my time? The deity roared loudly. His ash-gray hair was disheveled, dancing crazily in the wind. His eyes became more and more intimidating. Divine light submerged him, making his true appearance impossible to see. This was the only figure that was exposed, making others understand that his age really wasn't young anymore. His Majesty has already eaten the ancient life tree's essence, living a second life. Even if he has it, it won't have any effects. In the distance, many ancient divine statues trembled again, releasing this type of voice. Everyone was horrified. There really was someone challenging a deity, entering the divine realm to talk to him. Did he have the strength to fight? Honglong. The majestic divine altar trembled. Deities flew down and landed on top of the divine statue. Silver ripples spread out, destroying the heavens and exterminating the earth. An indistinct figure was restrained, and with a pu sound, it turned into dust. From then on, the divine realm recovered its peace. Regardless, the deity has lost his absolute rule. Regardless of whether he has truly entered his later years or was schemed against, it is enough to prove that a great storm is about to descend. Our self-preservation is more important. This was what a divine elder said to his own people after leaving the divine realm. It displayed the subtlety and terror of the situation, warning and hinting to those close to him. Anyone who lived in the divine realm knew that the replacement of the old and new deities was never a smooth transition. It would be accompanied by bloody storms that were the most terrifying. History had proven more than once that bloody reincarnation had always been played out. People believed that in the following 100 years, the other shore would become a sea of blood, a hell. Everyone would be in danger. The divine realm immediately became much quieter. The various great commanders, divine armies, divine elders, and Tao protectors all kept their mouths shut, silently watching the development of the situation. The deity can't hold on any longer, and a new deity has already been born. Everyone should hurry up and worship him to avoid being punished in the future. On the other shore, rumors spread everywhere. All types of discussions were endless. Many great clans had already secretly erected a new divine statue. He was heroic and solemn, his entire body releasing precious splendor. This was a middle-aged deity that looked majestic and imposing. It was even more realistic than the blurry old deity statue, and what was being constructed was actually a true body. The supreme deity Green Feather Heaven has descended. This world shall be established. The entire world was greatly shaken. The birth of a new deity named Green Feather Heaven spread throughout the world. A few great clans that wanted to take advantage of it began to worship him in advance, shocking the world. Soon after, the news was leaked, and the divine statue was secretly spread everywhere. Almost all great clans began to secretly construct one just in case. There were even more powerful clans that began to worship him in shrines. For a deity, this was clearly a type of disastrous result. The power of faith rapidly declined, from doubt to disbelief. The world was now believing in him. His dignity was being challenged, and the divine dynasty was about to collapse. This was a type of terrifying upheaval. From that day onwards, the amount of faith he obtained was unbelievably small. His entire body no longer had divine splendor, and he could only rely on his own power to operate. Otherwise, his true body would be revealed to the world, and he would lack that kind of dignity. This was precisely the power of faith. If the people's hearts weren't steady, it might be quickly consumed and quickly decline. It wasn't all that reliable. Meanwhile, during these 10 years, the reputation of the world's #1 demon shook greatly, and the entire world knew about it. It was because he would appear several times every year, always remaining free and unfettered. He provoked the might of the deities, but the deities couldn't do anything about it. It could be said that the dignity of the deities had been offended. He was the first person to do so, and he became this world's greatest heretic. In the eyes of many, he was a stubborn individual that wanted to drag the deities down from their divine altar. He was the world's greatest demon. Even hiding in the valley to cultivate still got shot. Motherfucker! I curse the new deity who will usurp the throne to suddenly die on the day of succession. Within the Yinyang Valley, Longma said fiercely. Right now, the situation was already quite clear. This was an enormous conspiracy. There were people who couldn't wait to replace the old deity, because Yi Fan had never acted ostentatiously. There were people who used him to cause trouble and blaspheme the old deity. As for what realm the deities were at, this became the greatest doubt for Yi Fan and the others. They seemed to have surpassed the great sage, but there were still some doubtful points that left them puzzled. They didn't participate in the chaos, because the outside world was too dangerous. Even the powerful bull demon king and the terrifying holy spirit that grasped the immortal tear green golden ruler were extremely well behaved. The great sage had always been in seclusion during these 10 years. The deity will die, and the supreme deity will descend to replace him. Green feather sky shall be established. Time hurriedly passed. This was the second 10 years. No one expected the new deity's attacks to be so ferocious and direct. He began to brazenly usurp the throne, announcing to the world that he was going to enter the main divine domain. The world was in chaos, and the divine domain was shaken. The great commanders, divine elders, saintesses, and palace masters were all uneasy, not knowing what to do. With the supreme being artifact in my hands, who can contend against me? The old deity shouted. However, on this day, the divine domain almost collapsed. The supreme divine artifact didn't listen to its summons, breaking through the heavens and leaving from the divine altar. The divine diagram is neutral, not helping either side. A divine elder said in shock. At the same time, many people outside the divine domain were shocked. The bull demon king, the holy spirit, the golden toad, the gray flood dragon, and the other great sage had always been paying attention. When they saw this scene, they all felt a chill run down their spine. The divine domain's supreme divine artifact was actually a formation diagram. Looking at the symbols on its surface and the endless killing intent flowing out, it was clearly of the same origin as the 4 killing swords in the ancient celestial being's lifespring. It's the formation diagram of the numinous treasure celestial being. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. If they had this thing in their hands, they would be able to obtain 4 killing swords in the future. When combined, they would be unrivaled under the heavens. The divine diagram covered the sky and floated above the divine domain, protecting this ancient tree of life. It slowly rotated with a majestic aura, as if it could shatter 10,000 worlds. Chaotic mists drifted about, and it was incomparably terrifying. It's the immortal execution diagram. I didn't expect it to be here. At the last crucial moment, Pang Bo, Yi Fan, and the others also arrived. They were observing in secret, wanting to see how the battle between deities would turn out. Chapter 1433. The war between deities erupted so suddenly. The divine realm was in great turmoil, and this was an unimaginable disaster. The replacement of the old and new deities had always been bloody and brutal. Unless the deity appointed a successor, the world would become an azure field, and blood would dye the earth red. The divine realm was vast, but it almost exploded. 2 waves of terrifying might erupted, and an intense confrontation unfolded. It was as if raging waves were beating against the shore, as if a vast ocean was pouring into the 9 heavens. The statue is real, it really is you. Qing Ming, the one who competed against me for the divine position back then. You still haven't died. The old deity roared. He stood on the divine altar. Even though the external power of faith was dim, his body shone from the inside out, and it was still very resplendent. You are wrong. I am not Qing Ming, that is my grandfather. He didn't have the ancient life tree, so it is impossible for him to live a second life like you. I am Qing Yutian, and I will send you off and take back everything that belongs to my clan. This was a valiant middle-aged man, and he was exactly the same as the divine statues the various clans worshipped. He was majestic and imposing, looking down on the world. His eyes were deep, and his tall body possessed a type of intimidating dignity. A traitor usurping the throne, you must be put to death. The old deity roared, and a palm slapped forward. It covered the sky and covered the earth, leaving the great sage outside the divine realm shaken. This seemed to have taken that step, and his strength was horrifying. However, upon closer inspection, it didn't seem like it. There were still some traces that could be found, and it didn't seem like the realm of Quasi-Emperor Honglong. Qing Yutian was happy and fearless. He rushed into the heavens and raised his hand to meet it head-on without a trace of fear. He was calm and unhurried as he shouted, "Back then, my grandfather was the divine child, but you usurped the position. You killed the old deity and chased after my clan. You are the traitor who usurped the throne. Today, I will put you to death and return to the divine realm, a bright world. Not to mention the people from outside this realm, even the divine realm was in chaos. The natives were even more shaken, and all the clans thought of an old matter. The old deity's ascension was dishonorable. He killed his predecessor, seized the divine position, and chased away the former divine child. After endless years, he was almost annihilated in the passage of time. Now, the old deity had lived 2 lives, and those of his generation had long died. He had the intention to cover up his dishonorable past, so naturally, the world wouldn't know about it. Only the elders of the major clans knew about this.
The old deity shouted, "Traitor, it's useless even if you return.
Your clan came from the outer realms and wanted to overthrow the divine realm in the past. You should be executed. I will set things right and leave my name in history." Everyone was confused. Who was telling the truth and who was lying? However, all of that wasn't important right now. Strength was what mattered. Old thief, even a supreme divine artifact doesn't listen to your command. Is this still not enough to explain the problem? When I truly set things right, I'll return the divine realm to its former glory. Qinji Yushin roared. The two clashed intensely, fighting a great battle, making heaven and earth collapse. Divine domains split into pieces, on the verge of destruction. Right at this moment, a short mountain and the oldest palace on top of it released a terrifying divine power that was many times vaster than the ocean and the sea of stars. It instantly froze the divine domain and repaired the cracks. This is... Everyone was shocked. This was the most ancient mountain in the divine realm. It could be called coexisting with the world, existing as long as this world existed. It wasn't tall, nor was it conspicuous, but no one dared blaspheme it. This was the divine realm's supreme divine mountain, even more divine than the ancient mountain where the ancient tree of life was planted. There was an ancient palace on top that was known to exist with the world, never collapsing, existing since the beginning of time. It wasn't the most majestic, but it was definitely the most mysterious, not even deities able to set foot inside under normal circumstances. This short mountain was the symbol of the divine realm, just like the Buddhist sect's Mount Meru. Meanwhile, this ancient palace's status was the same as Great Thunderclap Temple, but there were even more taboos here, not allowing people to stop. The mountain was ancient, every inch covered in cracks. However, right now, it suddenly shone, boundless and immeasurable faith power flowing out from the cracks, exceptionally majestic. This wasn't the accumulation of a single generation of deities, but rather the accumulation of deities since ancient times. As long as believers faced the divine realm, there would be faith power flying over. From a certain perspective, this mountain obtained more faith power than any other deity. Year after year, day after day, even if it was an ordinary mountain with its entire body cracked open, it would still become a land of supreme deities. As a result, divine faith power gushed out from its cracks, shaking up all sides of the divine realm. Many people couldn't help but kowtow. It was this ancient mountain that protected the divine realm, stabilizing the universe. An intense battle was taking place in the sky. The two sides clashed, causing the void to crack and extending into the cosmos. If not for the divine realm's ancient divine mountain's faith power being too boundless, continuously surging and stabilizing the earth, fire, wind and water, the great earth below would have been completely destroyed. Extremely terrifying. One of his feet almost stepped into the quasi-emperor realm, but he still couldn't break through in the end. This was the judgment of the great sage from outside this region. They are indeed powerful, unrivaled in a region, able to sweep through the world. However, killing our great sage like that 20 years ago shouldn't be easy. They began to doubt. Perhaps it could only be explained by the deity using a supreme divine weapon. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to kill a few great sage like that with his cultivation that wasn't even at the true quasi-emperor realm. Hunglong. The stars in the sky were all shattered. The two soared into the battlefield outside this region, and the battle became more and more terrifying. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Ghosts wept and deities howled. Old thief, after so many years, you really didn't make any progress. Your cultivation will forever stop at this level. Today, I will send you on your way and end the dark rule of the divine realm. Qinji Yushin became more and more confident. With a raise of his hand, he plucked the stars and grabbed the moon. His power could shake deities, sweeping through everything before him. He forced the deity into a disadvantageous position. Traitor, do you really think I can't take you in? I endured for so many years just for you to appear. Today, I will suppress and kill you. The old deity shouted. Suddenly, the deity's voice shook the world like the ringing of a great bell. The old deity's dim power of faith suddenly flourished, and he released endless light that was incomparably divine. His ash-gray hair danced wildly, and his eyes were like two snow-white blades. Every pore was spewing out sword energy, and every strand was hundreds of miles long. It was terrifying and overflowing into the heavens. The old deity truly displayed his matchless divine might in the truest sense. He couldn't be stopped, and like a hot knife through butter, he charged forward to crush Xianxia. Everyone was shocked, and the great sage from outside this region sucked in a breath of cold air. They finally understood why he could kill the great sage.
With this kind of power of faith on his body, half of his body entered the quasi-emperor realm, and it was as if he had a foothold in that realm.
This was the magical use of the power of faith. He forcefully pushed himself into another realm that countless great sage yearned for but couldn't reach, the quasi-emperor realm. In my eyes, the so-called conspiracy is nothing more than a joke. In front of absolute power, you all are no different from clowns that can't withstand a single blow. The old deity said in a deep voice. His entire body was submerged in endless light, and only a pair of pupils were as resplendent as golden lamps. They shot out two different beams of light, and the indistinct figure looked incomparably terrifying. The most divine and holy power of faith appeared again, covering the sky and earth as it surged over, almost turning Xianxia into dust. Even if he almost became the quasi-emperor, for the great sage, it was still an insurmountable moat. It wasn't something that could be resisted by humans, and it wasn't something that could be resisted by holy power. Everyone shivered inwardly. This old deity was truly able to endure. After being doubted for so many years, he never revealed it, all for the sake of luring the snake out of its hole and killing the enemy in one fell swoop. Long. However, things went beyond everyone's expectations. Xianxia didn't die, and his body similarly erupted with resplendent light, as well as the power of faith that overflowed into the heavens. Do you think I don't understand the power of faith? How could the power you've accumulated for so many years be used up? I just wanted to cut off your path of retreat, not allowing the power of faith to belong to you. Xianxia shouted. The divine radiance on his body shone, making the entire foreign battlefield rumble. The stars and moon fell, and the sun became dim, as if it was going to destroy this heavenly domain. Your bloodline, established the inheritance of faith in the other ancient regions, ignited the divine flame, and sealed yourself as a deity? The old deity was shocked. This was the return of a true deity, and it was many times more troublesome and terrifying than he had imagined. Correct, my 3 generations worked hard to establish an even greater ancient land of faith, even more powerful than you. Xianxia roared, rushing forward murderously. So that's how it is.
You have a divine deity, and the supreme divine artifact withdrew out of consideration for your bloodline and your grandfather.
The old deity said to himself. That's why you will definitely lose. Hand over your life. Xianxia shouted. At the same time, several divine elders in the divine domain suddenly used magical force, shattering the old deity's divine position. The same thing happened in the ancestral lands of the various great clans as well. The old deity's divine statue was broken into pieces, destroyed by someone. This was to break the foundation and destroy the source of faith. You! The old deity was furious. He never thought that so many people would betray him. His subordinates stabbed him with a knife at the crucial moment. The most terrifying thing was that the divine position in the divine domain collapsed, making his mind tremble. The endless pure power of faith within his body became unstable. This battle seemed to have lost all suspense. The old deity suffered a great defeat, and almost all of the power of faith scattered. His entire body ignited, turning into a strand of flowing light before disappearing into the cosmos. Xianxia entered the main divine domain and obtained the divine position, becoming the ruler of this generation.
It was clear that the old deity couldn't stir up any more trouble.
His body was old and weak, and the power of faith had almost been scattered.
Now, he no longer had the ability to fight for supremacy in the divine domain.
The great sage from the outer realms frowned. Although the old deity had left in defeat, there was a new deity in the divine domain. This wasn't good news for them. The supreme divine artifact, the spiritual treasure celestial beings formation diagram, was like an azure sword hanging over their heads. Once discovered, they would die without a doubt. However, the changes in the situation exceeded everyone's expectations. It didn't end there. On that day, the old deity returned and entered the dangerous land that produced the divine demonic liquid. This was a terrifying place. For so many years, only deities could enter and exit. The rest couldn't. It's said that the divine domain is the land of the supreme deities, but if you aren't a deity, you won't know its origins. This is clearly a prison. This is a cursed land. Once you enter, faith will become a shackle. The bloodline of the divine domain is destined to be a prisoner forever. The old deity muttered to himself as he walked forward step by step. The ancient great emperors are existences that even the deities have no choice but to revere. Their corpses and evils can double the curse. In the past, I didn't dare to come here because I was afraid that my Tao fruit would turn into nothingness. But now I don't care. I'm going to bury the traitor of the divine domain with me. The old deity revealed his true form. Without the protection of divine light, he was just a skinny old man. He was truly old and frail. His hair was gray and his skin was devoid of luster. His flesh and blood were shriveled. It was a far cry from his usual divine appearance. He knew how to enter and exit the dangerous land. He stepped on the correct path and went straight in. He avoided the terrifying demonic runes and approached the giant coffin. Ah! He roared. His whole body was in pain. The remaining power of faith was burning. That giant coffin seemed to possess some kind of magical power. It made his whole body shake violently as blazing light shot into the sky. The great emperor's ancient coffin overflowed with traces of Tao, turning the power of faith into ashes. It was like a moth in a flame, no longer existing. The old deity himself was almost destroyed. At the crucial moment, he made up his mind and threw away all the power of faith, completely losing his divine position. All of you should be buried with me. He roared loudly. His hands moved about, and terrifying traces appeared one after another. Then he took out a strange divine monument. It shattered heaven and earth and blasted open a large hole in the void. He tore open his chest. Blood continuously flowed out, dripping onto the 9-layered coffin from the legendary era. He was going to open the coffin. What a pity, a true ancient divine monument. He said to himself. That large hole connected to the divine domain. It was clear that he wanted to use the coffin to suppress the divine domain and destroy all the power of faith there. He wanted to erase the divine position so that there would be no deities in this world. What is he doing? Where are Ziyue and Jianghu? They shouldn't be appearing, right? Pang Bo asked doubtfully. Yifan didn't say anything and paid close attention. They just happened to come here and wanted to see how the Ji siblings were doing. They didn't expect to see this scene. Hong Long. That day, the divine domain shook greatly. A large hole appeared in the void and an ancient coffin appeared. Endless Tao patterns fell down and wiped out the endless power of faith. Ah! Everyone in the divine domain was alarmed and cried out loudly. Puh! Xianxia, who had just ascended to the divine position, directly flew outwards. It was because his body was burning. The endless power of faith within his body turned into the most terrifying flames. The 9-layered ancient coffin from the legendary era had a great emperor buried within it. How could this type of thing appear in the divine domain? Xianxia cried out loudly. His entire body was cracking apart. The light of faith became the most terrifying purgatory flames, turning him into a great torch. No! Everyone cried out loudly. There were some who were called divine elders, as well as holy palace masters and even more so saintesses. They were also consecrated by the people of this world and had divine positions. They enjoyed the world's incense and refined the power of faith. At this moment, these people all suffered serious injuries. This was an unimaginable calamity that engulfed the entire ancient region. Ah! As the divine elder closest to the great emperor's ancient coffin turned into ashes, the others were horrified to the extreme. They all fled for their lives and quickly expelled the power of faith within their bodies. It was because this type of thing was burning. Now this was fatal. It could even kill a deity. Everyone was shocked, including the great clans outside the divine domain. When they received the news, they all hurried over and watched all of this with stupefied expressions. Many people already knew that the 9-layered coffin from the legendary era had descended on the other shore and sunk into a dangerous place. However, no one knew that this was actually the most powerful weapon against the divine domain. The people in the divine domain suddenly understood. No wonder the old deity became more and more low profile all these years and never entered that dangerous place. He didn't even drink the demonic liquid that appeared. At this time, Xianxia, the great divine elders, saintesses, and several great palace masters all fled, doing everything they could to get rid of the power of faith. At the same time, they summoned supreme divine artifacts to use the formation diagram to resist the 9-layered coffin. Why is it like this? Why is the great emperor's coffin suppressing our divine domain? It's the old deity. He's gone mad. He actually returned and wants to take us down with him. The people of the divine domain were all terrified. They all cried out loudly. The old deity's hair was scattered about. His chest had been cut open, and what dripped out was true heart blood. A single drop was equivalent to over 100 drops of divine blood. He didn't have that many drops in his body, and now, he had used them all. The 9-layered coffin required divine blood to open. Now that several layers had been opened, it was obvious that he wanted to open them all and destroy this place. You all have to die for stealing my divine position. He laughed bitterly. Rumble. Xianxia exploded. The power of faith in his body was too vast and simply inexhaustible. It burned and exploded in front of the opened coffin. Meanwhile, the old deity was like a moth in the flames, about to turn into flying ashes. The deity is dead. From this day forth, the divine domain will have no deities. The blood in many people began to boil. The bull demon king, the sacred spirit capital, and the other great sage all appeared. All of their expressions changed. Jianghu, the golden snake ruler, Tian, the great demonic god, the heaven-devouring beast, the goddess of the divine race, and the gold-eating beast also appeared. All of their expressions changed unpredictably. They knew that the absence of deities in this world meant that no one could suppress them anymore. A chaotic era had arrived. The ancient tree of life in the divine domain and the formation diagram of the numinous treasure celestial being would incite a storm. Chapter 1434. The deity died, and Xianxia also died. He was like a moth in a raging inferno. He tried his best to fly forward, but he could only turn into dust and scatter with the wind. The replacement of the old and new deities made the great sage outside this realm keep quiet out of fear. He was forced to lie dormant for an entire 20 years, and now, 2 supreme experts actually died at the same time. A cursed land, yet it is called the divine realm. This is a type of sorrow and misfortune. The glory in the eyes of the world, the prison of the human world, accompanied me for a lifetime and buried me for a lifetime. The old deity turned to ashes in the flames. His words were bleak, but his expression was calm as if he had seen through everything in the world. His figure became indistinct and disappeared in the flames. Xianxia was disappointed and frustrated. The moment he turned to dust, he couldn't help but roar. His figure turned to ash, and only a voice was left behind. Wasted years, aged appearance, exhausted heart and soul. How laughable, lamentable, lamentable. In the divine realm's graveyard, I listened to my own soul-suppressing song. The 2 supreme experts withered away without any suspense. The giant stone coffin in the sky laid in disarray, emitting strand after strand of Tao patterns. It turned into light, mist and primal chaos, causing the bloodlines of the divine realm to fall from time to time. Ah! The world was a vast expanse. Roars and sounds of struggle could be heard everywhere. Many divine statues collapsed, and numerous figures rushed up to break free from this land of destruction. The divine elder, hallmaster, saintess, and the other great experts were all in despair. They did their best to cut off the power of faith within their bodies. This was their shackles, the root of their deaths. The divine realm was normally divine and auspicious. Wondrous flowers bloomed, jade grass covered the ground, spiritual birds danced, and auspicious beasts appeared. Now it was gloomy and gloomy. Large numbers of figures rushed into the sky, their roars shaking the 9 heavens. They were all fleeing for their lives. Honglong. On an ancient divine mountain, the formation diagram of the numinous treasure celestial being swayed. It released an undying divine might to resist the giant stone coffin, blocking it in the void and preventing it from falling. At the same time, the most sacred ancient mountain in the divine realm was covered in cracks. Divine power seeped out like a sea. Even though it turned into flames and burned fiercely, it was still blocking the giant coffin. Everyone, move together and activate the formation diagram to block that ancient coffin back. We cannot let it fall, or else we will be in danger. A deity shouted. Everyone attacked together. The few hallmasters, the divine elder, and the saintess joined forces to resist. Right now, the supreme artifact was their only hope of survival. Boom! The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The ancient coffin trembled violently and fell back a certain distance into the hole in the void. The spirit treasure celestial being's ancient diagram had awakened on its own and blocked its path. The 9-layer coffin from the mythological era was watered by the heart's blood of an old deity. Now, 8 layers had been opened, and the last layer had already split open. Strands of terrifying aura flowed out. At this moment, the infinite heavens seemed to fall silent. The roars of the divine realm also vanished. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an icy lake as they all fell to their knees. Rumble! At that moment, a corner of the last layer of the coffin was lifted. The Void Emperor's coffin was almost completely opened, revealing an unbearable pressure. The great ancient emperor was about to appear in the world. It was as if a divine sea was rising and falling, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Not to mention those in the divine realm, even those in the outside world were trembling. At this moment, everyone only had one action, and that was to kneel down and prostrate themselves in worship. Even the great sages from the outer regions couldn't endure it. More than half of them knelt down and kowtowed. This was a bone-deep fear that trembled from the depths of their souls. They felt reverence towards the ancient emperors. Rumble! The infinite realms shook and the divine sound of the great Tao rang out. It was like the funeral of the great ancient emperor. All living beings were sending him off, praying, crying, and grieving. The whole world was in mourning. Since ancient times, almost no one had ever seen a complete emperor's corpse. Now that it was about to appear in the world, everyone was naturally looking forward to it. At the same time, they felt an indescribable fear. The great ancient emperor had lived for too long. It was impossible for them to meet him. This might be the only time they could see him. Rumble! The formation diagram of the spiritual treasure celestial being was revived. It erased a large amount of the blood on the coffin. That was the blood from the old deity's heart. It prevented it from displaying its effects and prevented the ancient coffin from opening. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a wave of disappointment. They were about to see the great ancient emperor, yet they were stopped again. They would miss this only opportunity. Kacha! However, the sound of the coffin moving rang out. It was as if the world was collapsing. The last layer of the 9-layered coffin from the legendary era was opened and moved unwaveringly. With a rumble, chaotic mists overflowed into the heavens. That place was mysterious and unfathomable. The ancient coffin was mostly opened, but it could no longer move. The old deity's heart blood had only seeped in a bit, but it wasn't enough to completely open it. Just a bit more. Someone sighed. Shut up. Once the coffin of the great ancient emperor is opened, no one can predict what will happen. It's best if you don't open it. The great sage from the outer realms, such as the demon bull king and the stone golem holy spirit, more or less knew about it. All of their expressions became serious. Many of them knelt in the void. Hunglong! Suddenly, the chaotic mists within the ancient coffin surged. In a split second, an indistinct figure appeared. It seemed as if it was sitting up, but it was also like a streak of light streaking across everyone's heart. Then, with a quang sound, the 9th layer of the coffin pressed down and completely closed, not leaving a single crack. What did I see? It seems like someone is sitting up. Is it real or fake? How can he still move? No, that's just a streak of light that disappeared in a flash. It wasn't a corpse that was moving, but it possessed a boundless and immeasurable power. Everyone was horrified. They were all scared out of their wits. The trembling of the great ancient emperor's coffin wasn't inferior to splitting the heavens and earth. Everything became hazy, and even the stars in the heavens trembled. Unfortunately, it was closed and didn't give people the chance to observe. As for what was inside, no one could say for sure whether there was a corpse or not. Did you guys see? Yi Fan felt his own voice trembling. He looked towards Pang Bo, Longma, the Golden Lion, and the others. His face was full of shock and disbelief. Everyone became suspicious. The intense trembling just now was too fast. They only saw a streak of indistinct light flash past. That shouldn't be someone sitting up. According to their speculations, there was already no one inside the coffin. The great emperor had already transformed into the Tao. However, when they saw Yi Fan's expression, they were all stunned. It was as if their eyes missed something. I saw someone. Could he be the great Void Emperor? He looks exactly the same as an old friend. Yi Fan said in a low voice. Who was it? Pang Bo revealed a doubtful expression. Longma moved over, nervous and full of expectation. An ordinary figure. Extremely ordinary. He couldn't be said to be handsome, nor could he be said to have an imposing appearance. It was the appearance of all living things that returned to the mortal world. Yi Fan said. A figure immediately appeared in Longma's mind, but he didn't dare confirm it. He hurriedly asked. Who? Jizi. Yi Fan himself didn't believe it. That person was exactly the same as Jizi. The same face, the same ordinary, flashed past. Even father and son couldn't look so similar, right? This caused Yi Fan's heart to palpitate. They were too similar. Or perhaps it could be said that there was no difference. Even their temperaments were exactly the same. He had never heard Jizi say that he looked the same as his father. Every time they asked about the great Void Emperor's life, Jizi would silently shake his head and not say much. But just now, Yi Fan saw the indistinct figure formed by the primal chaos mist in the ancient coffin. It was no different from Jizi. This made him indescribably shocked. The old god's heart's blood that had dripped onto the 9-layered coffin from the era of legends was completely exhausted. It was wiped out by the formation left behind by the spirit treasure celestial being. The ancient coffin made a clanking sound as the 9 layers of coffins closed one after another, covering up the truth. Rumble. The big hole in the void became indistinct. That ancient coffin flew into the distance and fell toward the place where the demonic god elixir was produced. It didn't descend into the divine realm. Inside the divine realm, everyone felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They all heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone, including the most powerful divine elders and temple masters, collapsed. They were so close to death. The ancient emperor's coffin was simply the divine realm's nemesis. It could obliterate everything here. Fortunately, the supreme divine diagram revived itself and blocked this great destruction. Everyone knew that from this day on, the divine realm would no longer be the same as before. A great revolution would take place. This was the first time the power of faith had revealed such a fatal flaw. The experts of the divine realm who enjoyed worldly pleasures and had a seat in the divine realm definitely wouldn't dare to refine the power of faith into their bodies. It was at this moment that a great sage from the outer realms took action. He silently charged into the divine realm alone, and only attacked when he approached the divine mountain where the ancient tree of life was planted. He stretched out a large hand, wanting to uproot the entire ancient tree. The timing couldn't be better. The old and new generations of gods had died, and the divine realm was in chaos. The divine elders and temple masters had just escaped danger, and the spirit treasure celestial being's formation was not suspended here. However, a world-shattering sound rang out. The blue dome of heaven split open as the spirit treasure celestial being's formation swept down a beam of murderous light. Its aura overflowed the heavens, and it was as if an ancient star field was being crushed. A huge energy wave spread out and turned into a calamitous light. It obliterated the large hand on the spot and turned it into a bloody mist. The great sage let out a roar. He was able to let go of what he had picked up. He turned around and left, not wanting to be entangled too much. However, he had underestimated the divine realm's deployment. Formation patterns appeared on the mountain, and tens of thousands of streaks of light turned this place into a killing field. The most important thing was that the spirit treasure celestial being's formation swept down 4 terrifying beams of light. It was very similar to the 4 killing swords in the ancient celestial being's life spring, unstoppable. Was this borrowing power or summoning? It was as if the 4 killing swords had really appeared and hacked down. The great sage didn't even have time to scream. He turned into a bloody mist. His lustrous white bones exploded and then broke apart inch by inch. His entire body and primordial spirit turned into ashes. Both his form and spirit scattered and no longer existed. Moo! The bull's roar shook the starry river. The demon bull king was both shocked and furious. That was because he had moved almost at the same time as that person. They were only half a step apart, but someone had seized the initiative and activated the extreme divine diagram. This put him in a very passive position. However, his real body didn't go over. He directly took out the shining diamond chakram and turned it into a divine ring. He wanted to trap the ancient tree of life within and restrain it in his hand. Seeing the fall of a great sage, he felt a chill from head to toe. He quickly put away the diamond chakram, but it was too late. The spirit treasure celestial being's divine diagram flashed. Another beam of light descended and struck the diamond chakram. Unfortunately, this top-grade great sage artifact exploded on the spot and turned into silver fragments. The demon bull king's heart was dripping blood. This was a supreme treasure forged from all of the top-grade divine materials in their clan's treasury. In the end, it was destroyed just like that. This was a truly terrifying deterrent. All of the great sage were terrified. Once the weapon of an ancient great emperor was revived, one attack was enough to kill them. Hunglong. In the distance, there were also young supreme beings taking action. The Golden Snake Prince was chasing after a young commander of the divine army. He wanted to capture him alive and understand the secrets of the divine realm so that he could enter and fight for the divine tomb. The descendants of the archaic gods and devils, Xianghu, the Copper Ant King, the goddess of the divine race, the Earth Corpse, and the great demonic god just happened to encounter the saintess of the divine realm. They surrounded and intercepted her, wanting to control her. Kill! War cries shook the heavens. The great sage also took action in secret. He didn't attack in one go, but rather captured important figures to understand the various secrets of the divine realm through them. This was a great calamity. The great sage and young supreme beings who descended from the outer realms finally took action after lying dormant for 20 years. Chapter 1435. Woo Woo. The immortal tier ruler turned into a beam of green light and smashed dozens of divine mountains into the depths of the divine realm. It rushed straight for an ancient hall, intending to loot the grand hall. The Holy Spirit, Bull Demon King, Grey Dragon, and Golden Toad attacked the divine realm one after another, disrupting the order here. They wanted to split this place so that they could fight for the ancient tree of life. It wasn't just the great sages from the outer regions. Even some of the powerful individual cultivators from the Nirvana realm and the top figures from the various clans couldn't hold back anymore. For so many years, the God realm had ruled over the Nirvana realm and was unrivaled. Now that they were finally in a desperate situation, they wanted to take advantage of the situation and snatch the scriptures and artifacts. The heavens and earth were turned upside down. Blood flowed like a river in the divine realm in an instant. Many top figures charged forward and defeated the divine army with heavy casualties. After all, they had just experienced a catastrophe. 2 gods were dead, and the replacement of the old and new gods was a tragedy. Now that the divine realm was leaderless, the people were restless and in turmoil. It was the best time to invade. The opportunity couldn't be missed. Ah! Screams rose and fell, terrifying everyone. Shouts of killing could be heard everywhere, and corpses fell from the sky. Golden Snake, the Earth Corpse, the Sky-devouring Beast, and Xianghu all revealed strange expressions. Originally, they only wanted to attack from the outside and capture some important figures to interrogate and understand the divine realm's secrets. They didn't expect things to develop to this stage. It could be said that it was a heaven-sent opportunity. The last trace of fear towards the formation left by the numinous treasure celestial being also disappeared. Because everyone could see that this divine diagram was almost uncontrollable. The old god died, and the new god perished. The others didn't have absolute control over it and could only let it revive and attack on its own. This divine diagram was terrifying, but it didn't kill everyone. It protected the ancient tree of life and didn't send down too much divine punishment. It didn't massacre these armies. Boom! For great halls in the divine realm turned to ashes. The great sage from the outer realms attacked and razed the 4 sacred mountains to the ground. All the scriptures were taken away. At this time, the saintess from the divine realm was also almost dead. She was chased by Xianghu, the great demonic god, Tian, and the celestial race's fairies. Her body was dyed red with blood as she fled in defeat. The few temple masters were fighting the Bull Demon King, the Holy Spirit, and the others. They were under unimaginable pressure, and this was a catastrophe for the divine realm. The divine elders were furious. One of them was so angry that his eyes were about to split apart. He opened his mouth and released a clear roar. A divine drum flew out from between his brows, and with the drumstick in his hand,
He struck it with all his might. Dong, dong, dong. The sky-shaking demonic sound rang through the air. Many people's skulls cracked open, their bodies covered in blood, immediately losing their lives. The rogue cultivators of the Nirvana realm were especially fearful of the God realm. At this time, when they saw the divine elder's power, they all retreated like the tide, not daring to attack forcefully. Hold on! My divine realm has experienced endless tribulations and encountered many great disasters, yet we have never declined. It is just a few devils from outside this region. What do they count as? A deity shouted. The other few divine elders leaped tens of thousands of meters away and arrived at the most sacred and ancient short mountain. They cut open their chests and let the blood from their hearts drip onto this mountain that looked very short, but its status was equivalent to Mount Meru of the Buddhist sect. Boom! The divine power of faith surged like a vast ocean striking the heavens, about to engulf the stars in outer space. The violent waves rushed into the cosmos, incomparably terrifying. The deities have already died, so we will act in their place. We ask the sacred mountain to bestow upon us the power of deities to protect the God realm and expel the devils. These divine elders shouted together. Their voices were ear-splitting, making the entire God realm tremble. At the same time, this short, but majestic ancient mountain's radiance flourished even more brilliantly, drowning them within. It made their bodies shine resplendently, as if several supreme deities descended into this world. The 9-layered ancient coffin from the legendary era retreated. In this place, the power of faith became an unmatched great killing weapon again. They were surrounded by divine light, possessing a type of tremendous power. Ancient divine formation, revive! The deities roared loudly. Heaven and earth trembled violently, and all directions trembled. Under the rumbling sounds, divine mountains trembled one after another. An ancient symbol appeared on every mountain peak, engraving itself into the heavens. This was the divine realm's great formation that only deities could open. At this time, the divine elders used the secret method left behind by their ancestors to act in the deity's place. They obtained the authority to revive the ancient formation. In that instant, this place immediately became different. All the heroes flew backwards, feeling a tremendous pressure. Their minds were about to explode. The Golden Snake Race's 3 Langjuns, Xianghu, the gold-eating beast, the Earth Corpse, and the others all had sharp spiritual senses. They all retreated immediately. As for the great sage, his eyelashes were empty. He felt the vast fluctuations, and he also retreated with furrowed brows. Supreme divine weapon, please suppress all enemies. The deities shouted loudly. Their bodies shone, doing everything they could to activate the formation diagram of the numinous treasure celestial being. This was a tremendous input of power. They acted in the deity's place to control the supreme weapon. Not good. The natives of the other shore, as well as some unruly rogue cultivators, were a step too slow. They were swept by the formation diagram's divine light and turned into ashes on the spot. Hunglong. This was a massacre. No one expected the divine elders to grasp supreme weapons so quickly. They weren't given a chance, and even the great saints from outside this region suffered a bitter end. This was because the temple masters and divine elders from the divine realm were all staring at them. These people's destructive power was great, and they were viewed as the greatest threat by the divine realm. At this time, they activated the divine diagram and chased after them. We were too complacent. Even if the deities die, there is still the killing formation diagram. It will naturally be controlled by the divine realm. Everyone was somewhat regretful. Pooh! The stone man let out a muffled groan as one of his arms exploded. Although he wasn't swept by the divine diagram, a wisp of fluctuation spread over, causing him to suffer serious injuries. Just now, he attacked fiercely with the heaven measuring ruler and was hated by the divine realm. At this time, they naturally focused on him and locked onto him from the start, causing him to narrowly escape death. The demon bull king roared loudly. The lower half of his body broke apart inch by inch, turning into strands of bloody mist. He forcefully slapped the void and threw down another arm to die in place of him. He escaped into the unknown void passage. No one had expected the divine realm's counterattack to be so swift. Just now, they were almost on the verge of collapse. After suffering such a blow, they were almost destined to be exterminated, but in the end, they stabilized themselves. The great sage was furious.
Facing the numinous treasure celestial being's formation diagram, they all retreated in defeat. That kind of murderous intent seemed to penetrate through the past, present, and future. It was simply impossible to contend against. Miserable cries rose and fell. The divine spirit and the demon bull king paid a heavy price to escape. This became the symbol of a dam bursting. People from all sides fled for their lives, utterly defeated. This made everyone speechless. The contrast was too great, and everything was reversed. The divine realm was enveloped by a great formation. Mist shone brilliantly, deities roared and demons howled. Violent winds blew, and sand and stones flew everywhere. The scene was extremely terrifying. No one could attack anymore. In reality, the divine realm attacked, activating the formation diagram and emitting boundless murderous intent. It was like a great calamity of heaven and earth. Corpses were strewn everywhere outside the divine realm, and blood flowed like a river. In the end, a great sage who rebelled among the natives was killed. A foreign tribe's great sage among the guests from the outer realm was also annihilated. This made people even more shocked and terrified. These elders and temple masters attacked mercilessly. They continuously tortured and killed, turning this place into a shuraba. Flesh and blood were muddy, and broken bones were piled up. It was extremely terrifying. The divine realm suffered a great calamity today. Both old and new gods had fallen. Even people like them were almost ignited by the power of faith and turned into dust. It could be said that after experiencing a great fall, their state of mind was bleak and terrible. Now that they had the upper hand, they naturally killed until the chilly wind howled and ghosts cried and deities mourned. This day was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. Outside the divine realm, corpses piled up and blood flowed like rivers. No one knew how many people had died. Bloody mist lingered for dozens of days and couldn't disperse. Moreover, the divine realm launched a frenzied revenge. They uprooted many of the Nirvana clan that rebelled and attacked the divine realm, killing until the world was silent. Too many people died in this battle. Yi Fan sighed softly. He, Pang Bo, Longma, and the others didn't participate in the battle. They didn't attack the divine realm, but they witnessed everything with their own eyes. Outside the divine realm, there was a muddy area. It was all bloody mud. The mist was scarlet. That was blood rising and pervading this place. As for the broken mountains and the great rift valleys, there were many pieces of broken bones splashing everywhere. The scarlet spots were too horrible to look at. No one expected it to be like this. The battle between the new and old gods hadn't even been so tragic. But the invasion of the divine realm by the various heroes had caused such a catastrophe. In the following months, there were great sage knocking on the door and attacking the divine realm from time to time. Naturally, they were the Bull Demon King, the Holy Spirit, the Golden Toad, the powerhouses of the ancient tribes, the protectors of the human race, and so on. They all came from the outer realm. Of course, they didn't attack with their true bodies. They only attacked with other methods. Otherwise, no one would be able to face the killing formation diagram of the numinous treasure celestial being. Unfortunately, these people were all defeated. Some of their clones were killed, and the great sage formation that each of them had cast also collapsed. There was even one whose true body was killed, and he returned in great defeat. It's absolutely impossible to break through the divine realm unless you have an emperor weapon. People recognized this reality. Even if the gods were dead, this place was still exceptionally powerful. It was difficult for outsiders to break through. There were as many experts in the divine realm as there were clouds in the clouds. It was extremely terrifying. Other than that, although it couldn't compare to Mount Meru, the ancient mountain that had a similar status in the divine realm also made the great sage afraid. Too much power of faith had accumulated there. Once it surged out, it could kill gods and Buddhas in its way. The great sage thought of all ways to collect ancient books from the various tribes on the other side, looking for flaws. In the end, someone in the divine realm leaked a secret. After a few months of flipping through ancient books, the divine elder, the temple master, and the others finally understood that the divine realm was a cursed land. To be more precise, there had once been a supreme who had drawn a prison here. At this moment, he had laid down formation patterns, causing this place to become different. As long as gods absorbed the power of faith, it was equivalent to being shackled. One day, it could become a fatal flaw. The great emperor's evil corpse chi could ignite the power of faith, causing the divine realm to disintegrate and collapse instantly. Everyone in the divine realm was terrified. They finally understood why the old god hadn't dared to check after learning that the 9-layer coffin from the mythological era had fallen on the other side. They also understood why he had almost destroyed the divine realm with the help of the ancient coffin. The power of faith in our divine realm is unparalleled in the world, and it's about to develop to the extreme. Some ancient supreme were worried and drew a prison to restrict us. It wasn't a flaw in the power of faith, but the divine realm was sick. The descendants of the divine realm had this kind of curse imprinted in their bodies. Therefore, as long as they absorbed the power of faith, it was equivalent to being shackled. It was fine if they didn't encounter the emperor's corpse, but once this evil aura invaded, this place would definitely become a hell. This was the method used by the ancient supreme to restrict the divine realm. Yi Fan also heard this secret and came to a sudden realization. These days, he had always been thinking about why the Amitabha Buddha still needed to create a religion and collect faith since the power of faith had such a huge flaw. His orthodoxy was present in every ancient region. Endless faith crossed the void and flowed toward Mount Meru. As it turned out, the power of faith itself wasn't fatal. The main problem was that the divine realm had been cursed. The ancient supreme had marked it as a prison, causing a great disaster here. Yi Fan muttered to himself, "I thought the power of faith in the cauldron couldn't be used. So that's how it is." However, this kind of thing is an external object in the end. It can't be relied on or refined into the body. Otherwise, why would the new and old gods die together? This power can't be relied on. The divine realm took the initiative to attack and search for demons from the outer realms. As long as they found one, they would be suppressed and killed. This caused the great sage and the young supreme to fall into a crisis. In the end, a few great sages joined hands and arrived outside the danger zone that produced the demonic god liquid. They wanted to charge in and truly bring out the Void Emperor's ancient coffin. They wanted to send it into the divine realm and destroy that place. The situation worsened and they wouldn't rest until one side was dead. The foreign great sage was forced to this step and could only take a risk. If they succeeded, the divine realm would be destroyed and the ancient tree of life would change owners. Golden Snake Prince, Xianghu, Heaven-swallowing beast, Earth Corpse, Great Demonic God, Dtion, and the others also came to watch the great sage display his technique. The Holy Spirit's attack pierced through a mountain peak, but it didn't shatter. The mountain body only split open and a river of blood rushed out from within. It flowed endlessly and covered heaven and earth. This made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Were these all mountains of flesh? After endless years, there was actually still blood. Even though they had long heard that this was the graveyard of gods and demons, they still couldn't help but be shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. I refused to believe this. The Holy Spirit felt extremely sullen after arriving in this world. He was first suppressed by the old deity for 20 years, not daring to show himself. Then, when he attacked the divine realm, he was almost killed. His mood was extremely terrible. He raised his head and released a great roar. The immortal tear green gold ruler flew out from the crown of his head and entered the demonic god mountain ridge in front of him, smashing down fiercely. Following heaven overflowing green light, that place trembled intensely. Many mountain peaks collapsed and blood splashed high into the air. It was as if he had entered a blood-colored sea. Moreover, right at this moment, over 10,000 mountain peaks swayed. Every single one of them rushed out with an ancient symbol that was like a reincarnation disc. It crushed down on the common people and suppressed towards him. Puh! The Holy Spirit coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and flew outwards. He suffered greatly under this powerful attack. Even his immortal tear green gold ruler was almost broken. In front of him, over 10,000 ancient symbols appeared on the 10,000 mountain peaks. Every single ancient symbol was different from the others, representing a type of supreme great Tao. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the inheritance of the primordial demonic god, the embodiment of their great Tao. Attacking this place was like going against their inheritance and profound mysteries. The goddess of the god race, Shenlong, stood in the distance. Her entire body was shining and sparkling. After witnessing this scene, she trembled and excitedly said to herself, "This is the inheritance of the deities. If my god race enters and comprehends the 10,000 ancient symbols, a supreme deity or king lord will be born. The inheritance of the primordial demonic god, this is my Tao. If I comprehend the Tao inside, there will be a day when I will be unrivaled under the heavens." The descendant of the primordial demonic god, Xianghu, was also shaken. Apart from them, the earth corpse was also shaken. So many corpses had turned into mountain peaks. For him, this was the best holy land to cultivate the demonic corpse Tao. The heaven-devouring beast's eyes also shone brightly. If he could devour these primordial demonic gods' corpses, then in the future, he might really be able to devour the heavens. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and Longma were also secretly watching. This was because they knew that the great sage working together was comparable to an old deity. They should be able to break open this place. Perhaps Ji Ziyue and Ji Haoyue were about to appear. Chapter 1436. Mu, a barbaric ox wave erupted, causing the heavens to explode. The sun, moon, and stars all swayed, as if they were about to fall down. The bull demon king took action. He turned into a black barbaric ox and stood outside the danger zone. His 4 hooves were thick and solid like pillars that supported the heavens. He towered between heaven and earth, and his shoulders entered the clouds. He looked mighty and majestic. This was a horrifying scene. The black hair on this enormous ox's body hung down like a waterfall. Its enormous body was larger and more majestic than all of the mountains. The clouds were below its body, and the ox's back and head appeared above the clouds. It looked shocking and unfathomable. Black clouds surged and overflowed into the heavens. The bull demon king roared, and within the mist, a pair of terrifying eyes emitted cold and emotionless light. A pair of enormous black horns pierced through the heavens.
He lowered his head, and the black horns that were as large as mountain ridges stabbed towards the graveyard of gods and demons.
Tens of thousands of mountains trembled and released an ear-splitting sound. Hung Long. The bull demon king was extremely ruthless. He unleashed a powerful attack, and he also wanted to break through this danger zone. He stood outside and used his horns to pick up a mountain peak. This was a shocking and terrifying scene. A great sage transformed into his original form. His roar shattered the heavens, and black mists overflowed into the heavens. He used his enormous horns to lift up mountain peaks one after another. The divine sound of the great Tao rumbled. Ancient symbols flickered one after another, appearing on every mountain to suppress the bull demon king. Divine power surged, and the blood within the mountains surged. It was as if they were dealing with a holy spirit. These mountain peaks displayed the profound mysteries of the great Tao, and symbols appeared one after another. They possessed the power to suppress 10,000 realms, making the old ox's body tremble violently. He staggered backwards, and blood continuously flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Everyone was horrified. The bull demon king didn't truly enter the danger zone, and he only attacked from the outside with his matchless divine power, yet he suffered such a backlash. If he entered the interior, his life would most likely be in danger. This was the archaic god and demon king's inheritance and profound mysteries. It couldn't be broken through. There were 2 great sages who took action, but they all returned empty-handed, and their own bodies suffered some injuries. Before was the Holy Spirit, behind was the bull demon king. They were all well-known figures among the great sage, yet they all suffered a loss, unable to break through this place, unable to enter. It was no wonder that only gods could enter for so many years. It wasn't without reason. The ancient land where primordial gods and devils were buried was full of danger. As long as those inheritances appeared, they would be able to obliterate even the great sage. Everyone, what are you all staring blankly for? Let's take action together and destroy this place. Bring out the 9-layer ancient coffin from the mythological era and suppress the divine domain. Otherwise, we will be in danger. We will definitely be killed one by one and lose our lives. The human race's Tao protector Qi Tian stepped out and shouted towards the great sage. In the distance, Yi Fan's eyes were cold. This old bastard had also come, and he had targeted him many times. It would be best if they didn't meet, or else this old bastard might try to kill him. This old thing is the worst. He is biased towards the Overlord and has tried to kill us several times. We must be on guard. It's best if we can find a chance to get rid of him first. Longma said fiercely. The great sage were in an uproar, but they quickly calmed down. There was nothing to hesitate about. They came here to break through the burial ground of gods and devils, or else they wouldn't have shown themselves. Hung Long. With so many top-level figures taking action, attacking a single point, even the primordial gods and devils' inheritances were greatly shaken. The symbols at the very front became a bit dim. At the same time, Blood surged out from the cracked mountain. Giant bones extended outwards, as if they were alive, slowly retreating. The mountain is moving. Could it be that the legends aren't false? There really is such a thing?
It first transformed into an earth dragon, then into a heavenly dragon, and finally into an immortal spirit.
Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air.
There were primordial gods and devils buried here, and when they merged together, it became a terrifying danger zone.
There were over 10,000 inheritances, and each mountain produced a type of ancient symbol that represented a great Tao. They were refined together, and after endless years, they turned into an earth dragon. It wasn't impossible for them to become a new life form. A flying sword soared high into the sky. As soon as it appeared, the mountains and rivers lost color, the sun and moon losing radiance. It swung downwards, splitting apart many mountain peaks below.
A great bell rang out in a long and drawn-out manner, rising from behind a great sage's head.
Tao ripples covered the sky, smashing into the mountain ridge of gods and devils. The power was world-shaking, as if the heavens were crushing down. Purple stellar sands scattered down, covering the sky, continuously enlarging. In the end, every single one of them was like a great star, terrifying beyond compare, crushing down on the boundless great earth until it was about to be destroyed. The great sage took action together, exceptionally domineering, divine might awe-inspiring. When they attacked together, the burial ground of gods and devils was about to cave in. Many mountain peaks split apart, about to destroy this place. However, the most terrifying thing wasn't the mountain itself, but the great Tao it contained. Those ancient symbols grew dim, but after being watered by the blood within the mountain, they shone once again. The great sage resisted the Tao, wishing to instead suppress the great sage. 3,000 Tao methods, merge into one furnace, saints mix together, primal chaos strike. There was a great sage who shouted, having everyone release their foundational force, merging it together, turning it into simple and ancient primal chaos natural laws to break down this mountain. Without a doubt, when so many great sage joined hands, it was extremely terrifying. Boundless Tao laws surged, all types of divine chains of order weaved about, interweaving, forming a surging sea of primal chaos. There were symbols carved all over its surface, all of them the most terrifying Tao laws of order. Following a series of rumbling sounds, everyone's natural laws swept forward, smashing into the mountain range. Large amounts of mountains shattered, but they didn't turn into scattered ashes. These mountains seemed to have life, turning into horned dragons, moving along the sea of blood, unexpectedly opening up a path on their own.
They really fought their way in.
Yi Fan's eyes released cold light, paying close attention to what was ahead. When the great sage joined hands, they were comparable to deities after all, able to enter and leave this dangerous place. Even the archaic gods and devils' inheritances and profound mysteries couldn't truly stop their footsteps.
This was a group of individuals with exceptional strength, experts who were at the top of the various great ancient regions.
Suddenly, a great pressure came from the distance.
A divine diagram appeared, carrying the divine might of heaven and earth, emitting rumbling sounds as it pressed downwards, shaking everyone's hearts.
It was going to wipe out the great sage. This was the killing formation diagram left behind by the spiritual treasure celestial being. It was activated by several divine elders and brought here, its might overflowing into the heavens.
They came as expected, retreat.
The Bull Demon King, the Holy Spirit, the Golden Toad, Chi Tian, and the others all turned into afterimages, disappearing from their original positions. They didn't attack the dangerous place, choosing to flee through the void. At the same time, the divine realm suffered a terrifying attack. The great sage was divided into two groups, one group attacking the dangerous place, wanting to bring out the 9-layered coffin from the legendary era, while the other group stood guard outside the divine realm, fiercely attacking as soon as they discovered that the formation diagram had left. The divine realm wanted to stop the outer realm great sage's movements and eradicate them. Meanwhile, the saints were also paying attention to their movements. They divided their forces and attacked when they weren't prepared, so they couldn't deal with each other. If they wanted to sacrifice the formation diagram, then they had to be prepared for the divine realm to raid their old nest. Under the dazzling brilliance, the divine realm's great formation was destroyed, and many sacred mountains collapsed. The casualties were disastrous. The great sage charged inside, heading straight for the ancient tree of life. Blood splashed everywhere, and some peerless hall masters fell. Even though there was a terrifying formation in the divine realm, It was difficult to completely stop them. What kind of person was the great sage? When they attacked together, even the heavens would tremble. They pushed forward, continuously taking down important places. The outer realm great sage used to be a plate of loose sand, but now they were united. Apart from the killing formation diagram, no one could truly shake or kill them. Their divine bravery was unstoppable. On this day, the divine realm's losses were disastrous, and they were almost completely occupied. The divine mountain where the ancient tree of life was located was cracked, and the great sage almost killed his way here. At the last moment, a few divine elders rushed back with the formation diagram, scaring away the great sage and protecting the divine realm. The ancient tree of life and the others were unharmed. From this day forth, the divine realm couldn't be aloof anymore. There was restraining fear in their hearts. When the great sage joined hands, anyone would be terrified. If they chased after them, they would definitely be ambushed from the back. If they didn't chase after them, the great sage would definitely join hands and bring that ancient coffin over. The atmosphere on the other side was extremely tense, and it was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The situation was worsening day by day, and the divine realm might really be in great turmoil. Honglong! The great sage joined hands again, attacking the danger zone for the second time. Ancient symbols rushed into the sky, and everything became hazy. Many earth dragons surged, and the profound mysteries of the great Tao surged. This made everyone from the divine realm feel like they were sitting on pins and needles. It was as if they were propped up on a bonfire. They were helpless and anxious. They wanted to stop them, but they were afraid of being ambushed from the back, and they couldn't protect themselves. We don't have a choice. First, release the immortal divine mountain's faith power at all costs to protect the divine realm. Second, activate the formation diagram. We have to kill them and stop them from obtaining the ancient coffin. Otherwise, our divine realm will be in danger. The divine elders roared. Right now, they didn't have a choice. Otherwise, if they watched as the great sage brought that ancient coffin out, the divine realm would definitely be destroyed. That short mountain, which was the ancient divine mountain whose status was similar to Mount Meru, but whose strength was far inferior, began to release an undying halo. The faith power turned into an ocean, submerging the divine realm and protecting the ancient land. Then, the divine diagram flew out, sweeping through all suspicious people, stopping the great sage from attacking the danger zone. They were going to kill all of them. Both sides entered a tug of war. The great sage couldn't launch a large-scale attack and enter the danger zone, so they could only split up and approach from different directions. However, this was too dangerous. They might be discovered by the divine elders who activated the killing diagram at any time, and they might also be destroyed by the archaic demonic inheritance in the danger zone. This made the great sage feel worry. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for them. Meanwhile, the most terrifying thing was that the divine elders were currently approaching the ancient coffin with the formation diagram. They wanted to borrow the divine diagram to seal that enormous coffin or seize it first. Of course, this wasn't without a price. All of their faith power was erased, their accumulation of endless years turning into nothingness, their faith Tao fruits becoming empty. Otherwise, as long as they approached, they would definitely turn into ashes, difficult for them to survive. This was an extremely grim and terrifying reality. The great sage was worried, all of them frowning. If this continued, their situation would be extremely bad. They might be completely wiped out by the divine realm one after another. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that even if the divine elders controlled the divine diagram, it was still difficult for them to enter and leave the danger zone on their own. There was great danger. It was because the 10,000 peaks were trembling. The archaic demonic inheritance's ancient symbols were flickering, resisting intensely against them. Moreover, that enormous stone coffin had a great emperor buried within it. Towards other extreme Tao weapons or great emperor-level power that approached, there was a natural rejection, releasing terrifying Tao patterns. The two sides were in a deadlock. Even if the divine elders possessed the spiritual treasure celestial beings killing diagram, they still couldn't immediately approach, let alone suppress and bring away the stone coffin. The demonic liquid has appeared again. It is continuously flowing and condensing, about to precipitate into a heaven-defying divine object comparable to an immortal medicine. The elder in the divine realm cried out in alarm. He was extremely shocked. The 10,000 peaks swayed, and the mountain cracked apart.
Sparkling and translucent liquid flowed down, gathering at the base of the mountain, and then flowing towards the depths of the danger zone. This is an immortal liquid that contains the great Tao fragments of archaic demonic gods, as well as the active essence of their flesh. Now, it is gathering towards the depths of the danger zone. Could it be that someone is currently refining this liquid? Those in the divine realm who understood this secret were stupefied. This had always been a great medicine exclusive to deities, appearing once every 10,000 years. Meanwhile, the old deities of this era didn't dare enter. They originally thought that no one could obtain the precious liquid, so all of it was accumulated within. Now, it seemed like this wasn't the case at all. The great sage also saw the abnormality, and all of them revealed excited expressions. The natural luck here was inferior to even the divine realm. If they could enter, just the thought alone made them tremble.